Me and my bitch go north.
Hold on, run that shit back. Hey. What we doing? Missing you. Hold up.
You must not know what you just started. Me and my bitch go north. Give a fuck about this party. We gon' step on shit with guns. Get my goon and swipe that bitch and now the spirit to charge. Making moves, being on bitches, I be really marching.
Let go.
I got hands for a hoe. I get bands for a show. Hit up chance after chance after chance, nigga, no. I keep saying free little folk. Do my dance on them folks. If it's up, it's going down. So
let
nigga,
go.
on them folks.
Let go. Hey, where them flames at?
I do what I want, I'm pressure. Don't follow the rules, I'm rebel. No, I stand out, bitch, I'm special. I'm stand up, bitch, like Kevin. Oh, God. You a bum ass bitch, you west. Bitch, don't solve me, bitch, I'm pissed. Line in the bitch up, I'm wet. I don't pick and choose, it's up with whoever. All my diamonds certain. And all these members 32. Smiling in my nigga, ho, knock out all your 32.
I said, baby, I'm a dog.
Now we gonna flames in a bit of man. Wildlife Wednesday. It's Wildlife Wednesday. Get them flames in the chat. Put them Jaguars and Purple Hearts.
I can smoke on that, be so cold in my blood.
Hold up.
I see fast, pretty faking, so I got trouble trusting.
Yeah.
Oh my God, love you. Tell my God, love you. Tell me, oh, so you can bring my heart if you want to. She said, take your time
with the rush. Hold on. I just maybe I'm Big Chief. What the fuck? How much?
Take your time.
What's up, Big Chief? You got alright? Hold on, T-Paul. These niggas chilling. What's up? What, I caught y'all too early? Too late? What's going on? Y'all ain't sipping bourbon yet? Y'all ain't sipping bourbon yet? Y'all niggas ain't full. Y'all ain't had no bills, so you ain't got no 24 or no 12 pack or no 6 pack. And then what we doing, nigga? See, I missed the 90s. Yeah, I missed the 90s, early 2000s, man. Niggas done changed. I don't know if it's this food that they feeding us now or what. Niggas done changed. Man, let's get activated in this hole. We in Miami turning up another notch. We took the trouble at the yard. I'm out in Santos and you know a lot. Her friends are my friends. Come on, man. What we doing? Today the last day for you to pay. If you don't pay, you don't play. It is what it is, you did. Just in time for the blunt. Well, shit, engine number 9, I'ma fire up with you, fam. I ain't tapped the blunt yet. That's why I'm, I ain't tapped the blunt all day. That's why I'm turned. I'm laced up. What we doing? What we doing? As this topic continues, which I feel like it shouldn't be a topic. And I think, but you know what? It gave me insight on something though. Meaning, like, of course, me, myself, and other individuals, only certain individuals are gonna have a different perspective of this versus the masses. So it's like it's different when you were there and you were part of versus being a part of the conversation. So it'd be like detail, it'd be like dates, it'd be like events you know what I'm saying, that occurred. It'll be an origin story. It'll be a middle. It'll be an end. You know what I'm saying? Inside information and shit like that. That versus what the masses would know. So they'll only know, you feel me, from their perspective on which they pulled up in the car in, at what particular time they pulled up in the car. But that don't mean they in the car. So I can understand why, you know what I'm saying, how I see it different. At the same time, me seeing and understanding, it gives me more insight on A, how people think, B, how people react. You feel me? Why niggas react. It also gives you a chance to see if there's a certain pattern in the thinking of our people. You feel me? If I do this, then they're gonna react in this manner. And so me having that wisdom, that opportunity of being there when the shit is originating, and nigga, I'm in the ingredients. Yeah, check the back of the box. Read the ingredients. Man, but I'm gonna tell you something though, man. It made me come to something hard, something that was hard for me to do. And it ain't something that I haven't done. You know, I came out and told niggas Indians are the ones who pumped the slave trade up. It ain't nobody that can whoop me on that topic. That Indians were the largest slave traders, conquerors. Can't nobody whoop me. And I'm an Indian. But I'm not finna sit here and lie. The Indian, the only nigga not in the story, along with maybe 2-3 other European countries who don't even get mentioned in the conversation about slavery. Slavery is basically put on a particular people. Who? The English. Well, who the fuck is the English? Because English is a language, last time I checked. How they do them Hebrew niggas. How you Hebrew? Hebrew is a language. You're Spanish. Oh, Spanish is a language, fam. I'm French. French is a language. Okay, so niggas, everybody getting played. Yeah, you been played on, fam. And as smart as you is, you didn't figure that out. Well, see, I come from the lions where the lions, the tigers, the bears, the jaguars, the motherfucking anacondas. Yeah, I come from them parts. And go to sleep comfortable, nigga. And a nigga ain't finna fuck. Yeah, that type of shit. You know, jaguar go for the head. All other animals go for the neck. Cut the circulation out. Jaguar got the hardest bite in the world. He goes straight for the head and he'll crush your skull. He'll crush your skull. He ain't got time to sit here to suffocate you and shit, nigga. Put your lights out. Turn your TV off, nigga. Yeah, jaguars go for the head. They don't go for the neck. Hit a nigga with a leg shot. Get up under him. Rip him open. Nah. Nigga calculated. And when he hit, he gonna hit you right on top of the head. Yeah, that's jaguar shit. Put a nigga down. All right, Buck, you need tomorrow. I got you. See, look, fam, man, all y'all gotta do is let me know that, and then I'm gonna go ahead on and boom, I'm gonna pay for it. And you know, shit, we family, nigga. You need to tomorrow, to Friday, nigga. I got you. Just make sure you get me back. You know what I'm saying? But I got you. But it's family, man. Don't none of y'all never feel like, and if it's any type of financial thing, family, man, let me know, bro. Get in touch with me. You know what I'm saying? Come on, fam. Like, bro, if we done this shit down there 20 times, do you think everybody had the money every time? Hell nah, nigga. But as a family, nigga, we gonna work it out. You know what I'm saying? I used to have to get on Tree's ass. I'm like, you did what? You spun what? You know, okay, now I need to get more involved. You know what I'm saying? Well, you don't spend the money, I'll spend it. Or sometimes we'll have real niggas come through. Shout out to my brother, no sellout. You know what I'm saying? It's a few people, man. They like, hey, what y'all need? You feel me? What y'all need? Here go this. Here go this much. You know, if that help, that type of shit. Here go $1,000 on it. Cause you know they call us the bougie and we like mansion parties and shit like that. We finna go out on the yacht and shit like that. We like to go international and shit. We, you know, we passport niggas and shit like that. So yeah, they say we're a little bougie. We been that high as I remember Real say, man, y'all should have kept this for me. I said, this motherfucker was $7,000. She said, damn, man, motherfucker $7,000. Nah, bro, man, listen. You see this picture right here, and we finna get into the bill. That one right there was a couple of, hold on, what the one I'm looking for? You see this? Nigga, that's $50,000 in that picture. It took us $50,000 to take this picture. Let me get that out of the way. It took us $50,000 to take that picture. So I know, man, it ain't gonna always go. And it ain't even that many of us, nigga, but you add it all up, nigga, that's $50,000 just to take a picture. But that also show you don't take that many motherfuckers to pool in some resources, especially if it's going towards something that's gonna benefit the cause. So I say that as the nigga with the smallest platform out of the Indian American paradigm. I say that as a nigga with the smallest platform, and I'm saying, you know, these people with these larger platforms and maybe more influence, you feel me? You know, a little can go. I always say anything is possible as long as you got the right people. So just with a little, that's 50 bands, nigga. Nigga, this BCU, nigga, we gonna run up a tab. We ain't fucked up about it, nigga. Cause we ain't promoting no pro-righteous teachers. We ain't advocate for no broke shit. We don't want to squat. Squat for what, nigga? We paying with cash, bitch. I ain't even tapping the card, nigga. Hold on, nigga. 4 pocket full like a little baby, nigga. What you mean? We ain't tapping card, nigga. Hold on, nigga. I'm busting rubber bands in this bitch, nigga. Indian shit, nigga. We on Indian time, nigga. Do you understand that you are in the presence of a motherfucking Indian right now, nigga? Nigga, this is America, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga. The program you running, nigga, you running on American time, nigga. Go get the car. Yeah, nigga, valeted up, nigga. Go get the car. We on American time, nigga. It's American Indian time, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking body going to get the car, nigga, in Africa 200, 300, 400 years ago, nigga. Niggas ain't dressing up in no 5-star, no outfits, tuxedos to go to no motherfucking 5-star. Any one of these other cultural restaurants. That don't happen, nigga. Nigga, this Indian time. So, boom, Too Tall. What up, though? Hey, man, y'all Georgia Indians, man. I really got to play for y'all. I got something big coming up, man. All praise to the ancestors, man. And it's something I've been speaking into existence. And I felt like it was happening. And then I got my confirmation about a day or two ago. And man, you know, I'm just ready. You know, damn, it feel like deja vu. I'm just ready. So getting this over with, and then boom, we're gonna drop the course, and then ancestors sending me on the a little retreat. Even though I'm gonna be working my ass out every single day that I'm gonna be gone, it's gonna be work. But it's cool though. If I don't get the work or then I ain't got nothing to talk about concerning the journey. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't got shit to talk about. So it is what it is. I'm over here calculating train rides, time, hours, what days, and it's all work. But it's something I asked for, and it's something that's gonna be so big for me. It's gonna cut off a lot, because I told people, man, this might take me 18 to 2 years to do. All praise to the ancestors. I'm damn near on, at that mark. And it's happening for me. I ain't gonna speak on it, I'm gonna let it happen. But to my Georgian homies, my Georgian Indians, man, that might come a day where I might call y'all to do a favor for me in the near future. Real near. Since I won't be there in prison, I want y'all to take my place and make sure we get some BCU representation there. I'll be in contact with y'all on that issue. Total. I got some people in mind, But it'll come a day soon that I ask for a favor. All right, let's bounce out to where we're going with it. Coca, I'm in love with the coca. You just coming here to hear that shit. Madonna Kimmy, where you been at? Goddamn punching bag. Hey, come here, Madonna. See what's going on with you nowadays. It's like all you niggas I knew from the past. When I talk to y'all now, y'all done switched the whole game up. Y'all whole different niggas. I ain't seen you in a while. Come on up before we get started, man. Let me get about 10 minutes. Rap with an old friend. Like catch up on the old days. You know what I mean? Okay, we got some more people in Georgia. Okay. Well, it's important to me. I'll tell y'all that. So I need y'all. I'll be on another mission. But that's what we got soldiers for. So make sure y'all we get some Indian representation on that. Madonna, ain't no salute. The link in the chat. Nigga, come say hi. Goddamn, nigga, you rude. Man, you ain't been over here in years. Nigga put you in the hospital. So what, you don't fuck with me no more? Because I life flighted you. Brother Madonna, how you doing, family? That is still your name, huh?
Hey, yo, what's poppin', Topcatz? Yeah, man, been laying low like a gator, man. What's happening?
Laying low like a gator. What, you fell off?
Oh, no, man, hey, bro, I've been rising. I'm like the sun. I look like I set, but I'm always up.
Yeah, because, I know these women, they'll fuck you up. Yeah, here with the fucking with these women, these relationships, and yeah, they bad. 2025, these women, they'll cheat on your motherfucking ass.
Yeah, but we're on a mission, man. So, when you're on a mission from a higher power, man, it's cool to have women, but you got to know how to hold them and to fold them, or you'll get derailed. And when you get derailed, it's hard to pick back up,
Right, that's why I was just making sure that wasn't the situation for you. So you say this is self. You going within right now in these days.
Always had. You know, that's what Madon mean. Madon means the light. You know, I always been the light, that God and light, you know, for the people.
Kemet.
Yeah, Kemet just mean land. So I'm the light of the land. That's all I mean. Madon mean light. Kemet mean land. I'm just the light of the land no matter where I'm at.
Is Madon Egyptian word?
No, it's Arabic. You know how you got Ramadan? You know how you got Ramadan? Like how they celebrate Ramadan?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Madon just means light.
So you're Islamic Egyptian. I never knew that.
No, I'm just a soldier of the Most High. I just recognize the different.
Most High, who is that? Yahweh?
No. That's a black man, the original black man that created everything.
Man, damn. Okay. Black ass nigga.
Black.
Is he a real black ass nigga, or is he like your color? Is he a light skinned nigga?
I can't tell you what he looked like. I can't tell you. That's one thing I can't. But since I'm
how
here,
you get his name? Who told you his name?
I just said the Most High got to be the Most High, meaning the top creator who created everything, right? Like, okay,
how you find out he was black? Like,
I got a son.
Like you had to be in contact with somebody that knew him to know he was a black ass nigga. That's why I'm asking.
Oh no, well you know science says people of color or the black man was the original man. Science says everybody on the planet descend from the original black man of the planet, right?
Well, a man said that or science? I don't know science that know how to talk, but a AI robot.
Science, you know, when they do science and they date back, they said
who do it? When humans do it?
Yeah.
So basically, this is the words of humans. This is the ideology of some human being that brought forth this definition, and you live by it, right?
Well, no, I accept it as a fact. You know, I don't live by it. I just accept it as a fact because we understand that you can't. Because let me tell you why I said it. You can't get the recessive from the dominant. We know that melanated people genes are dominant, right? We represent the dominant. You can't get the recessive. You can get the recessive from the dominant, but you can't get the dominant from the recessive, huh?
Who would be the recessive in this case?
White people.
Okay, but you told me that you slept with a white woman before that.
Yeah, in my days when I lived out of Funky Town, when I lived out of Fort Worth, yeah, I had a couple snow bunnies when I was 19, 20 years old.
You told me you ate a white girl out and kissed her.
Oh no. Ain't that's one thing I ain't never did.
So you don't eat pussy?
I mean, my girl, yeah, but I know random snow bunnies.
So did you kiss her?
No. You know that, man. I won't kiss no snow bunny, bro.
So you paid her?
No, man. You know how, man. Promo, you from Texas,
I don't know.
When you go to the club, you know how when you go to the club, you pull one out the club, or you parking lot pimping. You pull one out the parking lot. No, you know them snow bunnies be at the black clubs, man. It's a hood white.
I ain't never seen none in no nigga. I was a club promoter in Houston, nigga. No white hoes at our clubs, nigga. Zero.
The last time you been to Fort Worth? In Arlington. Well, I used to be in Arlington and Fort Worth.
So I give it probably like 2.5 months.
Okay, yeah. Well, see, I'm talking this 99, 2000.
Man, nigga, that was you talking murder word. You talking about nigga city,
right? So
you got a white bitch. You probably met her at work. You're not being honest with me. But y'all,
Topcatz, you was a funny dude.
And you didn't go down on her, and you didn't kiss her. Did you date her, or was it a one night stand?
Nah, man, it was like a 3-week stand. You know how you meet them and then you hit them up when you one of them nights one of your other one fall through. You be like, yo, let me hit the snow bunny up, see what's popping. So
you sound like Umar.
Umar.
Yeah, hey, Umar Johnson. Have you heard the story about Umar Johnson and the throat goat?
Nah, I ain't heard about that.
Oh, he got a new scandal out. So he had a bitch doing home health care on his mama, a fat bitch, and he said he had 3, maybe even possibly 4 accounts with her, but definitely not 5. So that's why I say you sound like Umar.
Man. But see, you ain't never heard me out here saying I don't mess with snow bunnies and nothing like that. I'm like, I don't discriminate.
So you don't discriminate. What? Nigga, if you honest, I'm with it. Love who love you. I ain't one of them niggas that race bait or nigga. I feel like love who love you, cause just cause the motherfucker yo black or whatever the fuck don't mean that they gonna love and appreciate
right.
you.
Because I always lived off a code. If they choosing, you can't. If they choosing, how you losing? You know what I'm saying? If they choosing, you can't be losing when they choosing. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I always look at it.
That's how, and then you name yourself after black land. Don't Kimmy was a black land. Ain't that what Shaka almost said?
Yeah, man, that dude right there. But
so,
no, man.
So you the light of the black land, and you out here swimming in white sand. I don't what and then you're a revolutionist.
Well, see that's old
y'all revolutionists.
That's old. That was Old Testament Madonna. But see, New Testament Madonna that rose up in 09. That rose up in 09. You know what I mean? The one that rose up in 09, like the Phoenix, and came and hit YouTube strong. That New Testament Madonna haven't been with a snow bunny since what 2008.
Okay, 2018. Then you're not gonna be honest with me. It's okay. You had your share. You tasted it.
Oh yeah, I had Colombian.
What was your favorite?
Black.
No, outside of black. What was your favorite?
My favorite outside of black, I would say my favorite was Colombian.
Why Colombian? What was so special?
I don't know, man. She had that accent. She had that. You could tell she was somewhere in her family. You know, she had somebody black up in there or whatever they was.
What was her skin tone? She
was like it was like a light dark brown like color. I don't know if you ever seen brown. If you ever seen some of them Aboriginal Colombians from Colombians, they look like it's got a distinguished kind of color to it.
If she was light dark brown, you wouldn't have to say that her ancestors were black. You would say she look like us. She brown skin.
Nah, she didn't look like her. You know how you ever seen them Colombians that look like they got some like a you could tell like maybe they great grandmama or somebody.
I don't do that. I you know, I'm Mr. Genealogy, so I'm not gonna assume a motherfucker, and I ain't gonna.
Well, I thought you went to South America. I thought you went to Colombia or something before.
Yeah, I've been all around the goddamn world. You know. Hey man, you know it's a saying that say life is like a book, and those who do not travel only read one page.
Now that's a fact. Even the Bible tells you that a well-traveled man is more wiser than a man that's been stationary.
So have you been to Kemet yet?
Nah, see, I never got into Kemet like that, man. When I came up with this name, it was basically for rapping. I was Be Strong, like my rap name was Be Strong. It was an acronym. But by the time MySpace came out in 2005 or 6 or whatever, when MySpace came out, it was like 1,000 rappers on MySpace named Be Strong. So I was like, I got to come up with some shit ain't no nigga got. And I took Madon from an Arab that worked at the corner store because it probably was some shit they stole from us. And I took Kenneth from Washington.
You can't say that you stole it from an Arab. So I
stole it from him because it's probably something I stole it from him because it's probably something they stole from us.
Probably.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
what gang sign are you throwing up?
Oh, that stands for war. Tupac taught me that in '96. The W stands for war because we as black people in America, we at war at all times. Hell yeah.
Time you shot a nigga?
I don't shoot at niggas.
Okay, well you ain't there.
Information. I shoot information, but see, war can be fought on many battles. Just like ain't you fighting a war? Ain't you fighting a war for the mind? You're not old, so you're not big U. BCU ain't a war ain't a war chat for the Aboriginals to raise up.
We peaceful.
People. But when you spread information, right?
Enjoying life. Don't nobody come over here and play with our information. Niggas ain't crazy. I already took.
Hold on, but don't you say you cutting through decades of propaganda and misinformation?
I already did it.
I'm saying you got a book out, right? So your book say I'm black. I'm not. What was it? I'm black.
I already did it. Yeah, you talking about shit I already done. When you go look around, you see how you've been around for a long time, Madon. You've seen a lot of these people that chats used to frequent. Them niggas ain't relevant no more. True or false, right or wrong? I want to see if you're gonna keep
Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact, man. Because
ain't
like
relevant no more. You feel me?
yeah, because see, they was riding the wrong kind of. They were trying to ride a wave with a fake ocean. You know, you got a fake ocean putting out waves. That's
you was down with the shit, so
nah, man.
With it at a point.
You know, I was always the outside nigga, the nigga that everybody hated.
They didn't like you. They did feel like you was weird, but you still was down with the shit. And I'm saying, I'm with that shit you say. They was swimming on the ocean, out on the ocean or some shit. But I
always made my own wave. You know what I mean? The information I always brought.
But you did hang out in certain spots that ain't relevant no more. And I'm saying they ain't relevant because I'm on the block. That's what I'm saying.
You know why they ain't relevant? Because I stopped coming around. I
ran their ass off the block.
And I stopped coming around. You know what I mean? Niggas been stealing my coat.
Me and you. So you saying both of us the one who ran them out the block?
Yeah. When niggas like us don't show up, the panel get boring. It ain't entertainment no more. It ain't entertaining no more. You know what I'm saying? They jokes is dry. The people like, oh man, this shit is stagnant, man. Let me go.
Nobody in the chat. You know, the movement gone. The thrill is gone. Niggas coming out. What you think about niggas jacking off on the train? You used to hang around there too. Nigga playing with the dick behind the New York Times.
Hey man, that was heartbreaking to see that shit. I mean, it was like because like you say, like I was part of the league, yes indeed. But like only time me and the Solar had talked on the phone was when we scheduling or setting up a debate. Who you want to debate, Madonna? What's the title gonna be? Other than that, I wasn't on the phone with him like a lot of them other niggas was trading war stories and telling bedtime pillow talking. I ain't never did none of that. You know what I mean? It was strictly debate. When, what time, and what date. But yeah, that was foul, man. That was definitely foul, bro.
So what happened? How did you get the news? What were you doing when you got the news?
I think I was at work. I was at work, and Sonetta went live or something. And he had Solo on there. I'm like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about Solo about? So I'm listening in at work. I'm like, oh, smack, nah, not Solo, not that. I'm like, oh man, oh man. And then I was wondering, I'm like, who's, I'm like, damn, I wonder who, bro. All I know, like,
so who confirmed it? Did you reach out to any of the brothers and like, hey, is this shit real, or are they trying to set us up, or what?
Nah, I was Psycho had did a live, and I got on Psycho, and Psycho was like, he talked to the brother, and the brother confirmed that it was him on the train, and so that's how I got it, confirmation just by joining Psycho's panel.
Is there any of y'all other niggas out there playing with that dick? Was this important? Like was this like a ritual? Like did y'all get hazed while coming in? Cause when you go on his show, he do like a little haze in your introduction.
Oh yeah, it's called the hound session. Like the hound session is basically
okay.
Yeah, so the hound session was basically to see can you stand on your information. If you just regurgitating what you got off somebody else's panel, or is this your information and you can stand on it and you can articulate and you can break it down. So the hound session would basically see if you was a bullshitting and can you take the fire if you was in the ring.
Do rituals and shit before he go through there. Y'all got a name for the ritual. So the nigga playing with the dick, he got the New York Times sports section open, Wall Street Journal section open, and he playing with the dick. And and so what are y'all shutting down? Are y'all closed for business now, or are y'all still in operation?
Nah, man, they shut down the league. Because it was gonna be they shut down the whole league, man.
Do you think that was the right decision?
Yeah, because you can't beat up that debating with that type of you know what I'm saying? Niggas gonna you know what I'm saying? Niggas, bro, what? Niggas ain't gonna hold back nothing. Niggas gonna include you. You can be in a whole different fucking part of the country, but they gonna say, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You on the bus playing that dick too. Yeah. You under
Nah, I'm in the South, man. I'm in the South. We ain't got no trains and shit. But see, that's what I heard. A lot of New York niggas say a lot of crazy shit happened on the train. See, I don't know about all that. Up in the South, you know what I'm saying? We ain't got time for that, you know?
Yeah, you just go buy a white bitch, huh?
Hell nah, man. Bro, you can't catch me paying for nothing like that, man.
So what do you think about this whole reparations? Are you FBA or reparationist? Where you standing at on that? I know you're a Black Power type of nigga, huh?
Yeah, I'm DOS. I'm a descendant of slaves.
Oh, you're a descendant. Oh, you're a slave. Damn.
Descendant. I'm a descendant of slaves.
Yeah, well, shit, you still a slave. You got that slave blood.
Well, yeah. I got that original. I got that first American blood in me. Yeah.
The first Americans were slaves. I didn't know that.
They got turned into slaves. They got
They
you
did?
know. Yeah, some of them. What was their name? Shit, they lost their name. Well, what a lot of the names that we see, a lot of the states.
How
yeah,
you
some of them
find a nigga that lost his name? How you know him if he lost his name?
By some of his the undertone dialect in his voice, you can hear the original language sometimes, or some of his custom or practices, or his phenotypes. You know what I mean?
Hey, do you have a passport?
Nah, I ain't got a passport, man. I still I have a fear of flight. I haven't rode an airplane before.
So you never leaving out of here, huh?
Nah, here I stand. I can do no other.
And you just told me that. Tell me that Bible verse again. The man that don't travel don't what?
The man that travels full of wisdom. He's more wiser than the man that's stationary. But that's not talking about leaving the country. That's just saying like I done been all across America, but I haven't been all across the world.
It's a world, nigga. America ain't the world. In America, like you just said, you're a black man. You was in a black group where the master teacher played with his dick on the subway, nigga, to a
master teacher.
Yeah, to a minor. Yeah, your master teacher. That nigga, this his third case of indecent exposure. He can't keep his dick in his pants in public. So
I got. Bro, you said master teacher?
Yeah.
Nah, man, come on, bro.
How many years you been over there?
I was part of the league. I was my own master teacher.
About
you know what I mean?
6, 7 years, right?
I had at least what? Yeah, about 5 years, 5-6 years for sure. But my master teacher.
And you didn't see no signs. You didn't see no signs.
Nah, man, I was just strictly to debate. I wasn't getting into people's personal lives. You know what I mean? Like I said, I wasn't talking on the phone with niggas, pillow talking.
That's like if we was in jail, right? And you had to run with a car, and the shot caller was a bandit. And like you like, man, I don't want no trouble. I'm just here to do this here. Them niggas, they'll try to take advantage of you, madame.
Well, see, I ain't going to prison, but
yeah, but I'm saying you still got a master teacher out here. It's the same thing. Like, nigga can get in your head, got you going through rituals and shit.
My master teacher, I can name who I consider my master teachers. First and foremost, my master teacher is Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. My other master teachers, Khalid Muhammad, Amos Wilson. Those are the three that I take a lot of my lessons and understanding from.
Okay. So today, you two have changed. Did that incident change your feelings on black nationalism or would you say descendants of slaves moving forward? Like you talking about for us, like what? Like, I mean, you were part of a black community, and the teacher got caught out here with his pants down, literally.
Oh, well, see, Solo was never my teacher. You know, all he was just like the host. He was a host of a debate league with a brother.
I know you from being over there. That's what I'm saying. I know you from hanging out over there. So I'm just saying, like, does that like deter you away from the movement, knowing, you know, that these type of people existed?
Nah, man, because see, my mission always been greater than a debate league or anything like that. You know what I mean? The debate league was just some pastime shit to battle information that brothers saw that was real or not real, for as the Bible, whether it's Black history, politics, and things of that nature. That was just like a some pastime, right? It, just to build with brothers, you know what I mean? Just to see what brothers' mind at, far as knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and finding out who we truly are as a people. You know what I mean? That's all that was for. But my mission always.
How did you find out you was a descendant of a slave?
Through my grandparents and my mom's.
Okay. Do you know the slave name?
Nah, because from what my grandmama told me, right, when they left Mississippi, they chose the last name with whatever last name they want. Like some, she told me, they just started calling themselves Jackson. Some started calling themselves Bryce. Some call themselves Craigs, just in case some slave master or whatever came and asked them who property they belonged to. So that's the narrative I got from my grandma. You know what I mean? That they chose a last name of their own once they left the plantation down here in Alabama.
Last time I spoke to you, I asked you, did you start doing your genealogy yet? So it's been a year, so I want to ask you now, have you started doing your genealogy?
Well, I've been to a lot of it because my mom did a lot of it in the 70s, right? Like she got an archive full of like different records that she found throughout the years and stuff like that. So I get a lot of that information. You know, I study some of it, look over it. I think it's like maybe 1790 something, I think.
You go back to the 1790s?
Yeah, somewhere up in there. Yeah.
What location?
Here in Alabama and North Carolina.
So you got, which records do you have? North Carolina or Alabama records?
Alabama, and then just different notes that was written in a Bible.
So you don't have the North Carolina records?
No. I ain't got no note, not at all. No, just stories, just writers from just oral history. Say what now?
Let me help you out, because you lied to me. You sat here and lied to my damn face, Madonna. You say you got records from the 1790 in Alabama, and 1790 it was only the 13 colonies family, which and Alabama's not included. Alabama not included to 1817. So you just lied in my face. I thought we were friends.
How was that if they got we
were friends, buddy?
Bro. Do you know how black people kept a lot of their history back up there?
Listen to me, family. The U.S.
No, just answer the question, bro.
Do I know how people kept that?
How black people who let me say so-called black, because I know you don't identify with that. Yeah, okay, how did so-called blacks keep their information from the 1700s up?
Different ways. They oral history. Some wrote it in Bibles, family cemeteries, and in records. Whether it be property owning records, whether it be like the land, the lines, shit like that, So
yeah, I can still take you to the land where my great granddaddy was born at and all that. It's still here. It's right up the road from me in Alabama. I can take you there to this day. The land still exists.
But I don't believe that you got no records from Alabama in 1790 though.
Well, the records I'm talking about as far as like stuff written down in the Bible about the family lineage, like the names of different
what language was they writing in?
English.
In 1790?
Yeah, that's right, in English.
In Alabama. So yeah. Are you European?
Nah, I think they learned English. How they learned it, I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Yeah, because the 13 colonies don't come down into Alabama until 1812, 1815. It's called U.S. expansion, 1812 through 1815. So yeah, how? Like you said, you don't know. I don't know neither. I hope you're not lying to me, because I thought we were.
This is a fact, bro. This is a fact, bro. The land, They've been on that land, bro. They've been on that land for so long. It's crazy.
No,
But like I
I
said,
believe that.
a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about is written down. Like, you know what I mean? Not like it come from a courthouse or some shit like that. It's just different diaries and different writings that was
Who
passed
wrote
down.
the diary? Who wrote it?
My great grandma, she had a diary, and then her sister then wrote diaries that that the family
And
kept.
what's that? What? 1880, 1890, 1901? What year was it? Because
I'm not sure. I could go ahead.
Today is such and such day and date, and then that's how diaries are, fam. You know, so niggas write dates, and it is tell you what time it is. It is 7:30 a.m. right now. I'm up. You know, I just made breakfast and cleaned the house. Shit, that's a diary. So
I mean, if you want to, I could get some of the information if you want to. You know what I'm saying? We can go over it.
You did that to me before. You told me you was gonna go get some shit and you never came back. I just seen you. This is my first time seeing you. Last time I seen you, you supposed to be running to the high to go grab something and ain't never come back.
What information? Come on, let's stop the cat. What information was that?
Something happened to you, nigga. You never came back.
Oh man, hey bro, I be saying salute in your chat all the time. You just don't see it.
I thought you'd been off on a spiritual mission, healing, personal journey.
Nah, man, I've been out here raising the mind of the masses, man.
And what's your message for those who listening right now? What's your message?
My message for those that listening right now is be yourself, love your own, and you must cut through decades of propaganda. And you got
hold on. I don't mean to break your wisdom. I apologize. I'm done. But you say love who?
Be yourself and love your own.
And you out here fucking white women. And this is
bro, that was what we talking. We talking about 20-some years ago. We talking about 20-some years ago.
So you trying to keep them out of yourself. You don't
nah, man, I don't even like I said, I don't holler at snow bunnies. I don't holler at black women. They gotta holler. They ain't holler if they don't holler at me. Say what now?
It's a part of you.
Oh, for sure. Hell yeah. Because at that point in time, when I was in the snow bunny, we was doing it as a get back for black white men doing that. That's the mentality we had. And some of us had a mentality of that, hey man, some of them snow bunny was fine as hell. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't gonna knock it. Shit, both. Payback for slavery and damn, that snow bunny fine in a motherfucker. So that was my mentality back in 1999, 2000. Yeah, that was my mentality, yo.
So you gonna go in there and kill her and fuck her slow, raw, and for the
where you get all that
from? honor for your ancestors.
No. Hey,
really? You gonna put that shit on your ancestors, really?
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Psycho.
That's what I said. Come on.
You funny as hell, bro. Come on. Where you get that idea from, bro?
I'm just listening, fam. Like, I'm listening to what you're saying, and you got.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So you kiss every chick you kiss every chick you've been with?
Nah, nigga. My thing is don't kiss them unless you have to. You don't kiss them unless you have to, nigga.
Come on, man. I was raised around Funky Town players, man. Come on, man.
Man, don't kiss them unless you have to, man. Yo, straight up. Nigga,
oh man, Topcatz, you ain't changed, man. You still got them jokes, man. I gotta give it up.
Man, I'm always gonna be the same nigga, man. Every day I show up, I'm standing on business, and you admitted it, but you added yourself to it. You said me and you made all these other niggas irrelevant. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. You know, I'm gonna say Madonna helped. Madonna say he helped, you help. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. Cause like if I was to call niggas out who use my wordplay, my slang, a lot. Hey, bro, motherfuckers be on me. Goddamn. What you call that shit? Royalties. You know what I'm saying? But see, I ain't gotta do all that because I ain't about my ego. I'm all about the Lego, meaning building.
You're all about the building. So, what do you feel about this? Have you heard about the African Union? 6 region wanting reparations, want to tap into the trillions of dollars.
I think I heard somebody saying that, and they were saying that they want to represent African Americans or something. I think I heard something to that effect. I could be wrong.
Well, they are representing them. They don't want to. They are.
Oh shit. Well, that's kind of suspect, man.
Well, that's black. It's black shit. That what happened. I mean, you're a black man. That's what y'all black niggas into. Trying to figure out why you black niggas mad. Y'all signed up to be black.
Hey, I didn't sign up for it. It was given to me at birth.
It's your life mission, though, right? You a black nigga at heart, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a nigga at heart for sure, without a doubt.
You a black? You black at heart?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna claim that too. Yeah, every second, every minute, every hour. Every second, every minute, every hour, I'm screaming Black Power. Yeah, I can't deny it.
Part of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament by default.
Well, I mean, I can understand how you. I can give you that. You can say that, but at the same time, bro. They have to. If they ain't came in dialogue with me, they don't represent me. You have to. You got to pay me. They got to pay me. They got to pay me, bro. Just like a politician. If somebody want my vote, they got to pay me. I'm not giving you my vote for free. You got to pay me, bro, for my vote. That's just how
I feel that. But still, once black is a political ideology, so it's tied to politics. So if you're in the black car, you're in the black car. They feel the best thing for black people in America, this 6th region, is for them to get reparations that is owed and put it into building up Africa. And black people have a problem with it. And I'm trying to see how, when y'all all black, the people that are doing it are black.
Because they didn't. When you understand history, right? The so-called Africans, they didn't become black until the time of apartheid, right? The black-white dynamic wasn't introduced into South Africa until the time of apartheid. The Africans didn't. I'm just saying they didn't have a concept of like we have of black, right? So black to me only stick to Americans.
To you, that's to you though. That's not to the black paradigm. The people who created the black paradigm in 1967, all right. In 1967, according to Judge Joe Brown, why he say that? Because he said he was sitting right there in the room and he named everybody else that was in there with him. And they went around the country and he tell you where they went, the places that they went to. And there was a whole lot of church. And then he said they was approached in the 70s by the Pan-Africans to bring black and Pan-Africanism together. See, this is a lot of shit y'all don't know. So like you said, you didn't sign up and the nigga didn't take your vote. Well, nigga ain't take your vote for black, but you in the black card. So you gotta take everything come with it. Hold on, we got Uncle George in the building. I know you know George.
Yeah, what up, George? I just gonna say this real quick. I go by my definition of black comes from the most honorable Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, and black means color, culture, consciousness, and a corresponding cosmic connection. Cosmic connection.
I know that shit.
That's what I ride with. Yeah, that's me. Right there.
Yeah. Shout out to.
You knew about that. You knew about that, Topcatz. What up, George?
Hold on, Madonna. Hold on. You mean to tell me you was dipping in the sun, dried up, burnt up, with no makeup on the face, snow bunnies? What the?
Oh yeah, 99, 99, 2000. And when I lived in Fort Worth, Texas, yeah, they had some of the bad snow bunnies I have seen. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
But this,
bro, this is 90, bro. This is 20 years ago, bro.
Madonna, you just said here and said. I mean, and you know, you talking to a hardcore black first guy. You telling me that you was fucking with them dried up ass snow bunnies because you was getting back at the white man? No, nigga. No, nigga, you can't come tell me that.
He say he tied up, though. He say he put the bitch in shackles.
Now, why didn't you add the other part that I said? I said because they was fine as hell.
But this is what I'm saying. You can never make the excuse, and I'm gonna be real with you, that you was getting back at the white man because the white man is the one that gave you permission to fuck him. There was a period of time
permission. And they was choosing.
Bro, they was choosing, bro.
Hold on.
The man.
Hold on, Madonna. Don't keep going. You asked the question. How did he give us the permission? I'm gonna tell you. You know damn well the period of time if you even looked at that white woman wrong, they cut your penis off and hang your ass. So now they sign laws and say, all right, you can have the bottom shelf Becky's. So you seen some bottom shelf Becky's with a bunch of makeup on their face when they wake up in the morning without that makeup, they look like goddamn Skeletor. I don't understand y'all, man. Like what the
where you get that idea from, bro? If I showed you some of the pictures of the snow bunnies I've been with back in them days, nigga, bro, what you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Listen here, hey George.
Oh my God,
when they choose, bro, this we talking 99. See, I could be real about me, right? I'm not gonna fake it. In 99, hold on. In 99, hold on though. In 99, I wasn't on no black power shit. You know what I'm saying? I understood black power and things of that nature. You know what I mean? But I had just left Pittsburgh, moved to Fort Worth, Texas in 1999. A whole different culture experience. Ain't no state like Texas. I promise you, ain't nowhere like Texas, right? They their own culture. They got their own ways. They got their players. They got their pimps. They got their killers. They got the gangsters, right? So it's a whole nother level from what I was used to. So yeah, when I moved to Fort Worth, when I'm hanging out and I'm at the club and they choosing a city, nigga, hell yeah, I was making no money, nigga. I'm not going to deny my history. Just like Malcolm, right? Malcolm at a time, Malcolm X. Wait. Before Malcolm got into the truth, what was he doing? I'm no different than Malcolm.
But Malcolm, he mixed with it. So yeah, he go fuck a white girl.
Hey, Madon, you from my generation. We got years and years of experience now to see mistakes and stuff that people made. You can't use that Malcolm as an excuse, man. You knew better when you went over there.
But I'm saying, in 99, I wasn't on no black power shit in 99. Or none of that. I was on some player shit, like who trying to get the baddest bitch.
1999, I was still in the game getting locked up for all kinds of stuff. I wasn't on no black power shit either. And I live in one of the blackest cities in America, half and half black, half white. I still ain't go over there to them bottom shelf Becky's. We knew better to go over there for them bottom. I was in the streets hardcore, but I ain't never put none of them bottom shelf Becky's over our women.
But see,
I don't know where you get bottom shelf. Look, I don't know. I just want to say, when I was in Texas, right, I got introduced to another level of the game. The white bunnies we was messing with, they had money. And anybody know any of them white chicks from Burleson and all this stuff in Texas? Not Burleson. I forgot names. Bro, they got paper, nigga. What you talk about? I'm just saying, this is how it was in 99.
Bro, I'm not mad. They got paper up here. The goddamn up north, high acidity ass East Coast corridor, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, all these rich ass fucking white folks up here. Man, I don't go nowhere near them goddamn dried up ass Becky's, man.
I'm just saying, white girls in Texas was on another level. White girls in Texas hold on, I'm just saying, bro. You got to understand. I was in Pittsburgh, right? Coming from Alabama, I was in Alabama in the 80s, and in the early 90s, I moved to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So I was into all different cultures. And when I moved to Texas in 99, it was a whole different culture to me, right? It was white girls who was acting hood, coming up to niggas, asking for their numbers and shit. Texas is the only place where I seen where women would come and ask for your number. You know what I'm saying? At another level, right? And so it was a whole different experience. So, yeah, I had my share of snow bunnies. I ain't gonna sit here and deny it. But that was Old Testament, Madonna. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all be hurt, y'all be disappointing me. Hey, Top. I'm on the battlefield, man. I got the beret on, man. My 245s on the side. I'm ready. I'm marching down the hill, man. The white man sent some white women in, but I'm looking forward. By the time I get down the hill, they took my whole battalion, and all they sent in was some white women. God damn.
And then he gonna tell me that Elijah Muhammad, one of his favorite master teachers, and Elijah Muhammad say the last trick the white man was gonna do was what? Sick the white bitch on you.
Yeah, well, see, I learned that information. What 2001 is when I learned the information of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. You know what I mean? So.
See, I feel on the East Coast. See, over here, as a kid, we knew not to go across the tracks over there messing with them white hoes, especially over here in the East Coast. The South is the South, but even up north, you couldn't cross the tracks. Nigga, they had nigga day. Them white girls, yeah, it was easy. They want to go and blow you and all. They used to try to get with the black boys, but I never looked at them as attractive. Like they tried to come across.
But Texas is different, right? Like when I was in Alabama, I never.
I'm a Texas.
Yes, it is.
Texas
Bro, Fort Worth, Arlington, and Dallas.
Fort Worth
The
is
Metroplex, what they call the Metroplex is different.
Hold on, Fort Worth is gangland. That nickname is murder word because of the high death toll, homie. Gang violence and drugs. You go to TDC, Texas Department of Correction, nigga. Them some of the most banged out gang banging niggas you gonna bump into is niggas out of funky town.
I know.
So
you gotta help me, Top.
Old black freedman town, all black town. So what is you talking about?
You gotta help me, Top.
White girls, that's not happening.
Man, when you go to the clubs in Fort Worth, in Arlington, in Dallas,
now
it's a mixed multitude. But bro, that's what most people. The strip club, when you go to the strip club, bro, some of the clubs in Texas, in Fort Worth, on the south side of Fort Worth, you had snow bunnies in them clubs, man.
Hold on. Now hold on, but Top, you gotta help me, man. All right, because when I go down south I got family in Virginia, Georgia, and Florida. When I go down to Georgia and down to Florida with my family, right? I got one cousin, he married to a white girl, right? But the most part of the family, they stay away from them white folks. So I don't be understanding, and my grandma's always say, don't you go over there past that tree down when we used to go down to Florida, because that's over there where the white folks used to be. We wasn't even allowed to go over there. So I don't be understanding, like when I'm up north, especially in Philadelphia, Black City, we really didn't fuck with white folks like that. We still don't rock with these South niggas be coming on here talking about some y'all got these white hoes, and the South folks be so racist. Like how y'all be over there with these white hoes? I'm confused.
Arlington is a college town, bro.
Now hold on, Madonna. If you go to the country, that shit, you know, in them the sundown towns and supposed to be the most racist places, that's where you see it. In the city, we segregated. You know what I'm saying? We got wards, we got certain areas you go with. It's only gonna be us. Like, even though you got a lot of Mexicans here, they go to where they go. The YT people, they got private clubs where nigga it started 50,000, 60,000 just to get in the club. You know, those type of situations.
They got that oil money.
There you go. Yeah, they have their own elite. They are segregated away from us. So you ain't finna go to no black club nigga down here and white girls there. You go to a mixed club downtown or something like that, and you might have a mixed batch of everything. But funky town, I can't see it. We got some funky town niggas in the chat right now. TP2 Live now. Them niggas out of Fort Worth.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, Top. And I know when they came out the internet, you get a culture shock. When you up here like in Philly, Baltimore, DC, Newark, that's like really predominantly black. We grew up segregated, especially from my age at 50. We wasn't allowed to really be around white folks unless they was like your school teachers. We didn't go to their communities and stuff like that. So we don't really rock with them like that. So when I come online, I'll be like, how y'all with these white women? Like where they do that at? Because it's different up here. Even to this day, like you might see a black girl dating a white guy. You see that shit downtown. You don't see that shit in West Philly on the block. Keisha ain't coming through with no white dude. Hell no. Still now.
They gonna jack his ass. White boy couldn't walk through a black neighborhood back then. Fuck, he gonna come to the club for? They gonna jack him. They gonna bust a bottle on his head and go in his pockets. So it's like you say, you coming out of Pittsburgh now. You from Philly, like you say, predominantly our people always have been that way. And y'all more disciplined down there, though, I say. You know,
well, Philly, you gotta check out Pittsburgh.
Hold on, Pittsburgh gritty too. They got that grit too. But Philly different. Philly, both Pennsylvania, but Philly niggas are more disciplined. You know, they are more principle based. You know, so I think they got something to do with
Philly,
it, though.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Philly is an up north East Coast city, but you got to understand with Philly was a migrant city where a lot of blacks from the South came into Philadelphia. So it's the North, but it's how can I explain Philly? It's different from like North Jersey and New York. Totally different, right? It's still it's a big city up north flair, but it's still got a lot of southern links to it because half the families, the grandmoms and stuff that was here, all of them is from the South. Everybody's from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. Everybody, right? So we grew up segregated, and for the most part, old Philadelphia was together, black folk, right? If somebody brought a white person to the barbecue, the whole music go off. What he doing here? Right? That's the way I grew up.
Is that the
That's how it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't racism. It was just they was racist and we was. Because I put it this way, my grandmother never taught me to be racist towards white folks. My grandma taught me to watch out for white folks. Don't trust them and watch out for them. Because we grew up in segregated communities. Literally, where I grew up in Southwest Philly, if you went across the tracks, that was all white. We had to go over there to go to the skating rink. So I'll tell you the short story. The first time I ever experienced racism, I was 12 years old. We went to the skating ring. This was 1986, 87. We went to the skating ring, and my father told me, it's the first time my father whooped my ass. My father told me, when the skating ring is over, do not leave out of here. Wait for me to come up and pull up in front of the skating ring. I'm gonna pick you up. You know us, Topcatz. I'm 12. I'm being hard-headed. Skating ring was over. I ain't want to listen. I walked 5 blocks down to try to get to the trolley, not knowing that the Dirty Annies, the Dirty Aryans, the gang was down there. It's 1986. I ain't know. Man, they stick their dogs on us and chase us with bats and sticks. Man, we got down to 67th Street, called my father. He came up, man. My father beat the shit out of me, man. And not because I didn't realize that it wasn't that I defied him. He was scared. He was scared because he thought they was gonna kill me.
Right.
I didn't know white people was racist like that. Because remember, when you grow up black in a segregated community, you see racism on TV. You don't experience it because you grew up around your own people. You're protected by your people. When I went outside of that protection, I seen that shit, man. No, they was crazy, man. In the early 80s.
I got a clip I can play for my grandma. She say, I'm not racist, but I believe in living around my own kind. And she got to explaining why. Like when she was 15, where they used to work, back then they'll give you punch cards. The white men come in and, they flirt with the little young women. And they give you a punch card because you couldn't accept the money because they felt like niggas steal. So if it's $10, you punch a hole for the 10, on the card. When you ate lunch, you couldn't sit down at the table. You had to eat in the mop closet. Back then, when you go clean white folks' house as a maid, you don't come in the front door. You're going through the back door. And it's like, I got all these stories from her. So, like you say, George, like she was out there when they was having the riots at TSU, when the YT boys went to University of Houston. Across the street is Texas Southern University. So they had to block the street off because it was so many racial wars going on. So just hearing them thoughts, like she was going to school when they integrated the school systems. Back then, you only had 5 schools that you could go to in Houston. 4 at one time, 3, then 4, then they built Worthing, I think, last. So these type of conversations, hearing those, Texas, a lot of people don't know, Texas has the largest population of so-called black people. Houston has the largest population of black people as a city. Acres home.
I thought it was Georgia. It's not Georgia, it's Texas. That's what's up.
Texas has the largest. Yeah, Texas got the largest population. Houston has the largest population for a city. So a lot of people think it's Mexico or it's cowboy. It is nigga land down here. So yeah, and we segregated out by the wards. They sectioned us off in wards. In the 70s, they incorporated with what's called acres home. Back then, you bought land by the acres, and that was his own basically entity. Had their own bus lines, all of that shit. I got a video of my grandma on here sitting at my grandma's feet, and she's just telling me about all these stories. But they in the 70s, Houston ended up buying them and adding them. I forgot what it's called, but yeah, added them to it, and it took all the economics out of it, when they was real prominent before that. Fort Ward, where they got the freedom, was called a freedom town. They had their own fire department, police station, all that type of shit. Buffalo Soldiers, 1921, had a riot in Houston because of that. So shit like that. So yeah, Houston. I get what you're saying on that. Cause that's how I was raised. This the shit my grandma brought me up on. So that's why I ain't never fucking white.
And I'm gonna tell you, but see, I'm gonna tell you, for people our generation tops, all of us that's like 50 and younger, a lot of us didn't really experience racism. We saw it and we heard stories. I experienced racism when I broke the rules and I went outside of the protection that I didn't know existed. So when my father was telling me not to do something, I thought that was old TV shit. And then I went outside the protection and almost got myself hurt. But we used to ride our bikes out in the county, because you gotta understand Philadelphia, and you know the history of Black Philadelphia. Black Philadelphia is one of the more affluent cities back in the from 1800s, because a lot of Black people with money fled here. So Philadelphia is like a tricky city. You got a lot of poverty, but then you got a lot of Black folks, uppity Black folks here with money.
There you go.
That's the city of Philadelphia. It's always been that way. But with that, because the first Black Renaissance up north wasn't Harlem, it was Philadelphia. So Philadelphia always been, it's like that now. But we had our own Black conclaves, because even the elite Blacks, they still hung amongst themselves and not around the whites. It was just, we still all had our own stuff. So for me growing up, I didn't really experience white culture. I wasn't around them. And I'm not interested in being around them. So so when I come to the internet and I see Black people with white women and making excuses for white folks, that shit's confusing to me. Like, where do niggas grow up at?
You in Pennsylvania, what you got to say about that?
Well, I'm in Alabama now, but Pittsburgh and Philly is total opposite. In Pittsburgh, contrary to popular belief, there's a lot of mixed Black and white babies in Pittsburgh. But it is like when I went to school up there, I went to school with so many mixed dudes, right? I didn't know it was that popular, but Philly and Pittsburgh is the total opposite. You ask me,
bro. We call Western PA Coonville. In Philly, my brother lived in Pittsburgh. We call Western PA Coonville. You got Pittsburgh, Beaver Falls, Altoona, Allegheny County. All of them, that's Coonville, because all them dudes, Johnstown, all them dudes go out there. They leave the city. They leave Cleveland, Philly. They go out to Pittsburgh and start dating them white hoes, them funky ass white hoes that shop at Dollar General. Them bottom shelf little funky ass bottom shelf white hoes. Yeah. That they all shop at the local Dollar General and shit. Yeah, they got they old boyfriends got a big ass pickup truck. You know how it is. I'm telling the truth. My brother lived there. My mother's side, or my Cuban side, when they moved from New York, some of them went back to Florida, some of them went to Pittsburgh. So I know Homewood, New Kent, South Side, all that. Yeah, I know all about that. East Liberty, man, please, nah, man. No,
Liberty, yeah.
We call them the coons.
Yeah, that's Coonsville, man. Super cool. Now Homewood, the Hill District, you got your hoods there with Black folks, but it's segregated. They don't be around them white folks either.
Yeah.
But when you go out to East Liberty, you go out to Beaver Falls. Listen to the sound.
Beaver Falls. You gotta see the University of Pittsburgh is in Oakland, right? And Oakland is it's like that's the spot, like right down from the University of Pittsburgh, right? So you got so many mixed things going on. Like when you walk downtown Oakland, you just see a mixed multitude of everybody. It's just a college town as far as that part of Oakland. So and in the east, east of the Hill District is right there by Oakland. What 5 minutes?
But I'm gonna be real with you, Top. When you live in Philly, for the most part, if you talk really off the records to a lot of Black Philadelphians, we racist, bro. Philadelphia make you racist, man. Philadelphia is one of the most segregated cities in America, bro. We didn't hang a rock with white folks. It's the truth, man. Like, no.
You, man, my first time being on side of a white person, I was in the 8th grade. The first time, nigga, from Full House, from motherfucking TV shows, nigga, my first time, unless we Astroworld, the mall, but we passing through. But my first time being on side of a white person, I was in the 8th grade. That's how segregated we are in Houston.
White folks up here is racist in a so-called classy way. Like, you got your bottom shelf Brads that's racist. Like one time when I was a kid, we was on our bikes. We used to ride up out the county on our bikes like 13 deep, where we weren't supposed to be out there, but we was. And I remember some white dudes rolled by and poured a bunch of water on us in a Camaro, but we wasn't supposed to be out there. Right? They never came to the hood, and they used to have my oldest brother, 10 years older than me. They used to have at the school nigger day. And twice a year after school, yeah. Man, it's Philly, man. It was wild, bro. The dirty and see, people think the South, man, up north, they was just as racist, if not even more racist up here than in the South. At least in the South, they was racist to your face. They you know, they wore their flags and all that shit to your face. Down up here, they try to be more sophisticated, like they was educated. They called the South country bumpkins and two teeth hillbillies. Up here, they try to act like they were sophisticated, educated racists. So yeah, so no, man. Listen, I think. Like Philly, Newark, New Jersey. Nah, man, listen, white folks, nah, bro. You ain't coming around me with no bottom shelf Becky's. You got to take that shit around the corner, nigga. I'm racist. I'm sorry. I'm definitely racist. You don't want to bring that shit around me. Any nigga around me talking this black shit or Indian shit and he got a white bitch, nigga, he getting kicked out.
Nah, for real. Madon, he said his message is for our own people, right? The new Badon, you say your new message now, you done gave away the white bitch, you repented, and now nigga, you want to save your soul and get right with the creator, and now you got a new philosophy to stick with your own.
Well, see what it is in a nutshell. At one point in time, I thought I was a pimp player and a gigolo. You know, I thought I was a little bit of all that. At one point in time, I thought, you know, I was a player. Well, I was a player. I had them 304s, you know what I'm saying? So, but that's all that was back then, you know what I mean? But once I got into the teachings and lessons, I learned, you know what I mean? Whoa. Like I was, you know, I was going off. So, you know.
See, I think up here, like in the South, in the Bible Belt, like we was talking about yesterday, Top, like a lot of y'all had, like our grandmas were telling us that we was Cherokee, Chickasaw and all that kind of stuff. But up north, they were stories. What I'm learning from y'all down south, they wasn't just stories. It was passed through the family. Despite having a Bible, up here it wasn't. So we was given a study diet of the pro-blacks. Like at any given time, the 5%ers, the Nation of Islam, they was out on the corner talking when we was kids. They was outside. So our whole, like in Philly, if you ain't Muslim, if you're a young black boy, you ain't Muslim, you in danger. It's still like that.
Nah, for real though.
It's like that now. That's the indoctrination, and it's been like that. So grandma might have said, hey, we Muskogee or you Chickasaw, but that's all it was. We didn't know nothing about none of that. Now I'm learning from y'all in the South, it was different, but not, up here it wasn't. It was the church or you a Muslim.
Now, so. Fact, DC was like that too. You know, they were real big in the Moorish science in DC. So yeah, you know, but you come from that area though, the black guerrilla BGF and shit like that, and those.
Man, I come from the last. I'm a grandchild of the first resurrection, man. They in Islam, mine's number 12, and I think mine's 17 in Newark, man. When they tell you all them stories about what was going on in DC when they put them babies in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar house in the 70s when they killed all them babies in there, that was mine's number 12 that did that shit. That was Ronald Harvey and them. Those dudes, what's the other? The shit in Harlem, all that shit that was going around the country, that was Philadelphia, mine's number 12 doing that stuff, man. So on the streets, that's what it was. That whole gang and other gangs ran these streets, and to this day, it's still there. So you definitely weren't coming with a white woman. They was talking about building a nation. Black, you had the good part and the bad part. Come through West Philly or Southwest Philly back in the day with the old black mafia with a white woman. Watch what happens.
Hey, this guy, he came out. He was actually in the mosque in Philly, and he talked about the day that Malcolm got hit, and he said that the call came Chicago to New York. He said Philly didn't intervene because they always was cool with Malcolm before he got popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ought to pull it up, man. That's on my boy Fred channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. If people can look this up, they talk about Chicago. LA wasn't a gang capital in the 70s like that. It wasn't really popping like that yet, 60s, 70s. In the 60s and 70s, Philadelphia was the gang capital of America. They had the most gang killings 1965 to like 71, 72, till they had no gang war 74 with the House of Jamosia. Look it up. So at that time, per capita, at that time, it wasn't as organized like crime as Chicago and Detroit and them was. So Philly had like a lot of rogue young guys, gang warring and shooting and stuff. So they took on to Malcolm X teaching because he was saying slap the white man in the head, not like stay more calm like Elijah Muhammad was. Over here, they wanted to kick the white man in the ass, so they gravitated towards him more. Like they love Malcolm X here. You know, so yeah, it's a different. It's different, bro. It's different. It was different type of energy here. Yeah, but look up the gang stuff, all that Zulu Nation and all that kind of stuff. That stuff came out of Oxford Street in the 60s. Yeah, y'all there?
So you don't think that was some type of COINTELPRO initiative to separate brothers and to have a more joint gang?
Let's be real. Name one organization the COINTELPRO didn't infiltrate. One black organization in the history of this so-called country, even the black Indians. Name one thing that they didn't infiltrate. Everything is infiltrated that's been us as long as we've been around those people. And then, as Top would teach, you have some that look just like us, that was black Europeans that was helping them. So we always been infiltrated. We ain't never been independent and free since they came to these shores. Am I wrong, Top?
Nah, you're right.
Well,
yeah,
the Nation of Islam is still standing.
Nah, but the nation not like it was, bro. Listen, let's be real. The Nation of Islam used to have steak and takes. They had land in the South. They was making money, man, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. When Elijah Muhammad died and they made that big split, all that shit died, man. When Farrakhan come in, Farrakhan ain't generating the millions of dollars, the economic streams that Elijah Muhammad had. I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I'm gonna keep it all the way 100. And what we talk about here in Philly, a lot of us was trained.
When you look at it,
this is important. This is important, Madai. Take this part.
I'm not missing the point. Go ahead.
Here in Philly, this is what the old heads say in the street and what we say. We love Malcolm. We love Farrakhan. We love Khalid. But it's something that people miss. It's the reason why nobody talks about Elijah Muhammad or love Elijah Muhammad. How can you love the students more than you love the teacher? The students don't exist without the teacher. They made sure that we don't even talk about him, or he's like non-existent, but everybody loves the students. That's on purpose because of what he actually created on getting people together. So you love the students, but the students ain't built shit. And that's why we ain't got nothing.
That's real.
Well, I beg to differ. The students did a lot. I mean, they played their part. They played their part. So see, that's what I'm saying. The expectation is your personal expectation, though, right? But the teachings and the lessons is deeper than that, right? Now we got to look at it, right? Muammar Gaddafi, the former president of Libya, right? He tried to give the Nation of Islam, Minister Farrakhan, well, I think it was $1 billion, but to help Black Americans. But you know what happened? The U.S. government blocked it. See what I'm saying?
Bro, I'm just saying, bro. That was pandering to America, man. That was pandering to U.S. policy and what they was doing in his country. He was never giving us that money, man. That was
how come
he wasn't telling them, huh?
It's on record. No. Yes, he was. Bro, the U.S. is documented,
that
bro.
money was never coming to no goddamn Farrakhan, bro. That was Gaddafi fucking with the CIA and American politics, man. They wasn't giving us no money.
Go back 3 videos, bro. I just went through that. Gaddafi was fucking with them through the AOU.
Mm-hmm.
They was gonna get that money, man.
Bro,
they was gonna get
Gaddafi. You had a Biki out of South Africa. You had Abu Bakr out of Nigeria. All of them niggas came through the Peace Corps, JFK. You can see him with the pictures with JFK now. And
that started in the 60s.
Gaddafi was with him.
Yeah, that started in the 60s because the same day that Malcolm X was killed, that black African leader and what's his name escaping me, in Kenya was killed.
Africa was killed.
Yeah.
You talking about Patrice Lumumba? You talking about Patrice Lumumba?
No.
It wasn't Lumumba.
No, what Lumumba was in the Congo. This was in Kenya. It'll come to me in a minute. But what I'm saying to you is, you got to understand what was going on with Gaddafi against the U.S. government and policies. That was pandering, man. They was both. That
was not pandering, man. He was forming a united Africa, bro. Gaddafi was trying to form a united Africa under the currency of gold. He had free health care for his citizens, free education for his citizens, and the people made residuals off the oil money. Just because you live there, you made residual off the gold. Any mineral came out of the ground, right? That's how Gaddafi did it, man. But you know what? They plotted against him. They painted this narrative, and he was gonna get it to Farrakhan, but America blocked it. Because of America's policies. They blocked it because of America's policies. But then they got nothing to do with Farrakhan. They ain't got nothing to do with the descendant of slaves. Hell, we don't get no fair treatment in politics.
That sound good, but let's put this in layman's terms. Watch this, Top. Hey, Top. I'm in Houston. I'm the big bad bully on the south side. I'm the big bad bully. I come through smacking niggas, pinching girls on the ass, grabbing titties, kicking babies off bikes. You know what I mean? Telling your mama to shut up. And niggas tried, but they keep losing. They stepped up, I smash them. Right? So now everybody's scared. So now you come and you say, well, hey, I'm going to go do this. But if you ain't got a strong enough military to take me out, you ain't doing a fucking thing. And if I got a history of kicking ass and taking names and they can't nobody step up to the big bad bully, then nigga, you just pandering, you talking shit. Because listen, soon as they was ready to go in and kill him, he was out of there. Oh, you know what? His time's up. Get him the fuck out of here. If you don't have a military to stand at the table and tell the big bad, hey, yo, shut the fuck up, man, before I come over here. And the big bad bully say he think twice, he blink twice, because he know I can kick his ass, but he might kick my ass too. The big bad bully wasn't scared of Gaddafi. That shit was pandering. Until you got a military or defense to back up your claims, nigga, you're pandering, talking shit. You're not doing nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we gotta stop.
Now that sound like what you doing sound like Conan, George. I'm not gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah,
now you know when I know. Hold on. You know when I know. Just because you don't have the power or the military might to fight your enemy, that don't mean you swallow like a coward. Even though they didn't have the weapons, they had rocks compared to what America had, they still was standing up for their sovereignty as a nation.
Not the argument that I just
that's
made,
what you're supposed to do. That's what Iran did. Iran, even though America and the so-called state of Israel had more military might, what did the leaders of Iran say? Even though they know America can wipe them out overnight, you still, as the leader of your country, you got to stand up and show might. You can't show cowardice, bro. Even if they do got more power than you. But you know what's power? You know what's greater than the goddamn sword? The motherfucking spirit of the people, nigga.
Got you. Hey, Topcatz, let me ask you a question, Topcatz. Where's Gaddafi at, Topcatz?
In 6 feet, sleeping with the fishes.
All right, so now watch it.
What's the spirit of the people in Libya, though?
No, hold on, cause see, this is what I'm saying. I don't want you to mislead the people. Because I'm gonna be honest with the people. The argument, the rebuttal you just made had nothing to do with what I just said. I didn't say that people didn't have the want to fight. That's not what I put there. People been fighting forever. What I'm saying is, if you don't have the military to beat the big bad bully, as history has shown us, because it's the best teacher, you can fight back. If he's stronger, he's going to keep overtaking you until you get a military or unified to take him out. That's just the way big bank take little bank. So Gaddafi was twerking a little bit, talking shit. As long as he was useful to the big bully, they let him live. The minute he wasn't useful and they moved on to somebody else, they'll take that nigga, get that nigga the fuck out of here. They took him out. They took out Hugo Chavez down there in Venezuela because he had all those oil deposits down there. Get him out of here. They took out Seymour Michel, Mozambique. Get him out of here.
But George, you can't call it. You can't call it.
Hold on. Watch this here, because Bin Laden, he was them when they was fighting the Soviets. U.S. armed them. Saddam Hussein said this kangaroo court. You looking at the real criminal. He was talking about the Bushes, because they put him in position. So yeah, Martin Luther King, as we seen when the Martin Luther King, when his shit just dropped this year, he got a whole handler. So like all of this type of shit here. But I found it though. Uncle, I want you to see this here. Shout out to the homie Fred Barbershop Conversation.
Say he
Hey,
knew
you know this guy right here? He from Leon Muhammad. He out of Philly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He out of mine number 12. Yeah, he out of mine 12.
And meaning that what his job entailed, as it pertains to like wanting to get information, which will ultimately lead to the murder of Malcolm X. So he's as guilty as the men who pulled the trigger, because he had many opportunities to tell Malcolm X, "Hey, I am working for Boss." It was called Boss at the time. And I'm doing this because I am a young police officer and this is the job that they told me. So I'm just letting you know. But he didn't either. So he's as complicit to the murder of Malcolm X as Mustafa and Leon and Thomas Hayer and the rest of the men that murdered Malcolm X.
Well, he was the one that shot Thomas Hayer.
Yeah, right. He was.
So now if you look at it, I'm gonna tell you what I know, not what I heard.
Okay.
They didn't really fill him in.
Right.
So when you look at the dynamics, of it, I don't think he really knew the standard of it. He knew, but he didn't know the standard of it. So you got to understand, in New York, Yusuf Shaw carried a lot of weight. He didn't carry, even though he was the regional captain, he didn't have no weight. And now all of them, like on down south, but when it came to Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New Jersey, he had some weight in certain part of New Jersey, but he didn't have no weight in Newark.
Nope.
Captain John. See, nobody never told you about Captain John. Captain George.
Hey, you know Captain George, huh?
Yeah, all these dudes are straight up gangsters, man. Straight like the Newark Mines and the Philly Mines, man. Listen, they was the ones carrying out orders, man, underground, carrying out orders when the news was on cool shit. When they got orders, they went and made moves, man. I tell people, look at the Philadelphia Mines number 12 and the Newark, New Jersey Mines. Look at the number of jail sentences and time that they gave these dudes, man. These dudes was vicious as hell, man. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell.
Yeah, and Leon, Uncle Leon, he don't give a fuck. He go, like you say, I'm gonna tell you what I know. But he don't
let me say this real quick. Pause for 1 second. Let me say this real quick. Chicago, Detroit, places like Milwaukee. Those brothers came up from the South, from Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. They go there and they could take over the Midwest of these places. You couldn't come to the East Coast and do that. Philadelphia was a rogue place. Newark, New Jersey, these were rogue. You couldn't control them. You couldn't form those long organized crime gangs like they did there. It wouldn't work. They tried to send Jeremiah Shabazz and Brother Shaw. They had control, but not like that. These cities, Philadelphia was a city that you couldn't do that in. It just wasn't made like Chicago. That's why it was easy for them to form it
here too. Yeah. He letting it be known that shit ain't going Philly. So
no, they kill you. Out-of-towners get killed here, bro. Out-of-towners, you getting killed the first night. That's just the way it was.
First night. Yeah. First night.
He was Ali and Murad Muhammad's captain. Captain John wasn't the captain yet. When he took side against Farrakhan, when Farrakhan came over there and talked bad about Malcolm, Captain George took side with Malcolm. And he went against Yusuf Shaw. So they called Raymond Sharif, to my understanding, to my knowledge, Raymond Sharif sat him down and made John the captain. Muhammad Ali couldn't stand Captain John because he didn't want none of his guys around Ali, like Murad, Ali, and all of them. Ali never was into that. Ali was a clothes man. He told you that.
Yes.
He sold suits to Ali, Jean Kilroy. He had dresses for the women. Ali was a merchant at that time. You know, he knew all the gangsters. He knew everybody. He knew Mustafa and all of them. They loved the little. They called him Little Kenny. His name was, I think it was Kenny 14X. They called him Little Kenny. When Ali, I don't know if he told you about his brother getting killed in the street.
No.
Okay, fortunate. But his mother, Miss Alberta, she was straight up. She was all right. Mama Alberta was a good woman.
Right.
And what happened was, at that time, Mustafa was a force to be reckoned with. Then they had Osman Sharif, who just passed. He respected Mustafa, but Osman, Frank 9X, they had their problem. They all loved Ali. They kept Ali away from that madness, like Imam Shamsuddin, my father-in-law, kept me from all that madness. You know, I was doing my things in other areas, but that madness.
Mike Tyson married to Shamsuddin's daughter.
He didn't allow me with that when he was the captain and when he was the imam. So when you look at it, all these guys feared Mustafa and Sam Christian. I don't know if you know the story about Sam Christian.
Yeah, you told me about him. I have it in the other videos that I haven't released yet. Yeah.
Sam was the one that called
Bernard Hopkins, right? He was the one that fronted Bernard Hopkins, right?
No, that was Nudie Mills. That was Nudie. That was Big Almin. Almin was the one that they alleged committed a crime, I think January 1971, on a Jewish furniture store. He got life, the Jewish lawyers got him out, and then he went back in. So what happened was, all these guys, except Sam, all these guys up and down the East Coast, they feared Mustafa. But Mustafa.
Hey, Joy, did you know Mustafa? I keep
that's all the OGs out of the first resurrection, but they feared Nudie Mims more than Mustafa. Nudie Mims, you look up Nudie Mims was the one that if you had drugs to sell, you had to pay him a tax. I don't care who you are. If you came from out of town with drugs to sell, you got to pay him a tax. So even the Nation of Islam got real big and strong when they got Nudie Mims and Richard Allen Projects and them to become a part of it. Because at one point, North Philly was separate. That was in South Philly. North Philly wasn't rocking with that. When Nudie Mims got on, like if you came through and you had like 700 joints to move and you couldn't move them because you can't move them here, they gonna kill you. And somebody said, well, you go to Nudie. Nudie said, well, I need X amount off of every joint you move. And he make a phone call. Hey, he gonna walk where any way he want. I dare nigga to touch him. You can walk. That was Nudie. They put him in jail, kept him in jail until he died because they had to. He had too much power. And hook him up. He was the one that started the riot in the 90s in the prisons when they killed the warden over there in Greatersford. And they started moving them all around in the 90s. Yeah, he was Nudie wasn't to be played with, bro. Yeah, he wasn't to be played with, bro. You ain't listen. I don't care. Hardcore gangsters with bodies. If Nudie said something, you did it. That's just what it was. Yeah, you did it. And not because you was a punk, you just one piece.
Hey, you heard what he said. Nudie is the one that put Bernard Hopkins on.
But I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna say something that's controversial. I wish a nigga like Nudie was still in the streets, because if he was, it wouldn't be all these killings like it is.
Right.
Because they kept order, bro. You couldn't just do what you wanted to do. You had to get permission to do shit.
About the discipline and all of that. And maybe this generation don't have it, but that's just what I get from a real Philly nigga. Yeah. Maybe this generation, you know, they don't get it. But like you say, if we had real men on the block like Nudie, even though he was doing what he was doing, there was no order though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it wasn't. See, the thing is with Philly, when Jeremiah Shabazz and all those brothers came from Chicago and Detroit, They wanted to shake down black businesses and stuff like that. And here in Philly, I got to tell you, remember, Philly was the first black renaissance. So Philly is a different type of city than Chicago. They wasn't shaking down mom and pop stores. Nigga, we ain't taking money from our moms in them stores. Nigga, y'all do that shit over there on the West, on the East Coast. I mean, the Midwest. We don't do that shit here. So it was ran different. They said that we was rogue. Like, we couldn't be controlled. So they used Mines number 12 in Newark to carry out hits because they couldn't have long-running drug syndicates like they did in St. Louis and all. You couldn't do that here because, like I said, I'm in Southwest. Them niggas in West Philly don't care nothing about George. They blow my goddamn head off over there. And the same way over here, they don't care nothing. I don't care how many bodies that nigga got. Nigga, this West Philly.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get his head.
Yeah, that's the way it is here. Yeah. So, but Nooney was a guy that can bring everybody together. He was a guy that he can say word and he can bring everybody. He can bring everybody together, and not because you were scared of him. It was just peace. Like, yo, like we can get money.
Yeah. Shout out to Topcatz, man. Topcatz, one of the niggas today that can bring everybody together, man. And niggas be hating on me for that. Oh, you fuck with this, you fuck with this nigga. Everybody fuck with me, nigga. What you want me to do? Not fuck with them. We need communication, nigga. We need to be able to reach out and tap in so certain shit don't go too far and so certain shit can stay in order. Certain shit that the people don't need to bear witness to, see, hear, or that shit even be around. You gotta check it at the door. You gotta have some niggas on the block that can do that. That arms stretched long.
Yo, George, you got a bad echo.
Oh yeah, hold on, I'm gonna get on my computer. Y'all ever look up the old Black Mafia's murders? Y'all ever look up
I watch that shit. You know, I like shit like that. But yeah. But I like Leon because he go into details. He naming names, dates. That nigga know every goddamn thing.
But see, the thing about it, Topcatz and George, you got to be careful at the same time because right now they say who gave the order, Elijah or Jago Hoover, right? Now, when we look at Malcolm X's daughter within the last few years, who do they file a lawsuit against? The federal government. So we see who the corporate really is. You know what I mean?
Hold on, listen to him first. Don't just read. Listen to him, nigga.
Hey, drop the number thing. Because you know that Bayon had a squad that he didn't have. Because Bayon said many times, if Malcolm would have listened to us and came to Philly, that niggas wouldn't have touched him. Because they feared Jeremiah. You got to remember, Malcolm taught in Philadelphia. So when you look at it, continue off our conspiracy, don't people know.
Hey, y'all, get them likes up. Appreciate the love in the cash app yesterday, too. Matter of fact, man, you know, I be on the show and I be locked in with y'all. I'm waiting on to come back up. Okay, there you go. All right, yeah, you heard what he said right here.
This was a wide world conspiracy against this man. See, the daughters just hit this, they ain't even hit Philadelphia. So if Malcolm would have listened to us and came to Philly, they niggas wouldn't have touched him. Because they feared Jeremiah. You got to remember, Malcolm taught in Philadelphia. So when you look at it, continue off our conspiracy, don't people know. This was a wide world conspiracy against this man. See, the daughters just hit this, they ain't even hit the surface. They don't even know what happened. All the Tyler know that she was there and saw the gun blazing. They don't know why the gun was blazing. They don't know what caused the gun to blaze. In order to know something, you got to know, in order to know something, you got to know what caused it, why it was ordered. They get the surface. See, Ben Crump, he's a $2 hooking lawyer, man. He hustling.
Right.
Ben Crump, he worse than all them political motherfuckers put together. He's hustling, man. He lucky niggas don't come see him. Them guys is out. They got a bunch of money from New York State. Leave this shit alone, man. Fred, trust me, this shit go deeper than anybody know, bro. I ain't telling you people what I heard, what I know. I was in the mix. Not in the mix of 1965, But I was in the mix to know what happened. And Fred, I'm a politician. Not only Fred, every police on the East Coast had files on Malcolm. He never had no problem in Philadelphia when he came to Philly to speak number 12 because them brothers loved him. Even he called us alligator shoes wearing gangsters, but he know we had his back. See, people want to look over Yusuf Shaw. Shaw was a dirty motherfucker, man. I dealt with him because he was a Muslim. And that lady was a damn fool. But when you look at it, Fred, you have to, your people, they all gearing up for the 100th birthday. They don't really know the half of it, bro. They don't know the half of the conspiracy that got this man killed February 21st, 1965. They don't know the half of it. When you look at it, the climax, see, this motherfucker used his own daughters. He used his own daughters to create the complex. When Imam Wolf didn't come home, he was so disgusted with his father, he said, I'm done, and went on the Sunnah. Akbar, Nathaniel, all them guys, them niggas was hustling in the street. They didn't care about what Herbert was the only one standing on post, him and Junior, but them other boys, them motherfuckers was in the streets, man. They had white women. They weren't paying their part because they didn't know it was all bullshit. So when you look at it now, when the last time you heard somebody talk about Elijah?
only me.
Nobody talks about this guy.
Right.
Now, Fred, this October, Elijah would have been 100 and what?
Shucks. 19.
He's been gone 50 years. He's been 120 something, right?
Yeah, right.
He was 77. He was 77.
When was he born? 1877, 1898. When was he born?
October 7, 1897.
1897. Yeah. 97.
Now, he was 77 and 75, and he been gone 50 years. So he'd have been 100 and what? 17, 120 something.
Right.
127, right?
Right.
So now this man been gone 50 years. Don't nobody talk about him, but they still talking about Nobadu Ali. They still talking about the Moors. Of course, you know I know all about the Moors. I just don't talk about it, but it is what it is. So going back to 25.
Hey, wait. So what are Moors gangsters too? You're on mute.
Yeah, and they are most of them came out of the Nation of Islam, like those Moors that you see now. They come up out of the First Resurrection Nation of Islam. The 5% teachings, all of those teachings come out of the Nation of Islam. But I'm gonna say something. What he's saying, I agree with some of the stuff he's saying. But some of the stuff he's saying is bullshit too, because you got a split here in the city of Philadelphia, right? You got some that was with Imam Shaw and Wharf D. Muhammad. And you got most of the real OGs, they went with Elijah Muhammad. So what he's saying is a bunch of bullshit. Because here, I'm gonna say something that's uncomfortable for a lot of people. I'm gonna keep it real. When I was growing up, Malcolm X didn't really become famous like that, his name like that into the 80s. In the 60s when he died, he wasn't famous. Dr. King was. People wasn't really, he didn't have a name. See, a lot of people gotta know the history. He didn't have a name like he got now. That started in like the late 70s, early 80s. When he got his name, right?
Okay, damn, you just put me on something.
Yeah, most of the elders looked at him as a traitor because it's more complex. He's right when he say that. But if my father passed away, he would be almost 90. He was part. My father, my uncle was part of the First Resurrection here in Philadelphia. He was part of all that. I grew up with that in my house, so I know all the stories, right? Yeah. I grew my uncle and them was getting money with Bo Baines and all them. That was part of the money fraction of the.
I heard him talk about Bo Baines. Elon talk about him.
Yeah, Bo Baines was the bankroll. Bo Baines, Tank, all those guys, man, they ran all the projects. They was the bankroll. My uncle and all them was part of all that. So what I'm saying is when back then where he's bullshit, where he's full of shit. Because remember what I said before you played this about a half hour? I said we talk about Elijah Muhammad, but we talk about Farrakhan, we talk about Khalid Muhammad, we talk about Malcolm X, right? But we never mention, like he said, Elijah Muhammad. That's done on purpose. How can you mention all the students but not the teacher that built the platform we stand on? That don't even make sense. So if you talk to any of the elders, it's like 80 something. They wanted to kill Malcolm when he went on TV with that white man and said that the Nation of Islam is a criminal organization. Now let me ask y'all a question, because somebody in the chat said, well, y'all talking about gangsters. Well, we got gangsters shit in our culture like every other group did. That's just part of it.
You feel me? Yeah.
Now watch this. If you was part of an organization or a gang or any organization, and when shit got crazy, you spoke out against your organization, that nigga dead. You go on TV and start telling secrets or speaking out against your organization, what's going to happen to you, Top? Let's just be honest.
Same thing. They go back to the conversation we just brought up when you were just naming all the other leaders that was assassinated.
Yeah, you out of there. So what I'm saying is, you can't go around calling. See, I know we love Malcolm, and I love Malcolm, but I'm going to call a spade a spade. If you're going around calling the white man the devil and the white man this, and then you go on TV with a white man and say that Elijah Muhammad was running a criminal organization for 5 years, you said the white man was the devil.
Yeah, that's some cold shit.
No,
But George, you can't say that the NOI had something to do. But you can't say. But hold on, I'm just saying. But you can't say that they had something to do with Malcolm's death, though.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not.
I mean, the way you framing it, it's painting that picture, bro. I'm telling you.
Comprehension is key. Listen to.
Yeah, you can say that, but I'm telling you, the narrative you given, how like no one will allow them to go public, like all right. I'm just saying, bro.
Let me say what I'm saying so the people can be edified, because I know your comprehension sometimes be off.
Nah, bro, your wording is off. I'm telling you.
My wording ain't off. I'm saying, listen, I'm gonna say it again. If you said you was down there, you was in the streets. If you was in the streets, whether y'all was doing good or bad, and somebody from your organization fell out, and he went on TV talking shit about your organization, what's gonna happen to him?
That don't mean we're gonna kill him or do nothing. That's what I'm saying. You making it look like, okay, Malcolm said something against them, so they're gonna be the one. If something happened to Malcolm, it's gonna get they don't want to. But George, the way you painted it, right? You said if I was part of, or if somebody was part of my organization, they went on and called us out, what would we do? What would be the consequences? I mean, you can say that, but
no, you gotta listen.
I'm telling you, bro.
Listen, you in the South, bro. I'm up here. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. He went on TV with Mike Wallace, who was a known racist small hat that couldn't wait to spin that. And he said what he said. Then he went on other publications. Now, I told you that the Nation of Islam had already been infiltrated. They had already been infiltrated. They had already had police, CIA agents. Everybody was there. They followed Malcolm when he went to Africa, when he went to Mecca, when he went to all those places.
Yeah. Leon mentioned it. So is that part of the part that, like he said, out of all them places on the East Coast that had files on Malcolm. Yeah. So that's the part that you do agree with.
Yeah. So watch this, right? We already know, it's already out. We know that Elijah Muhammad, because what a lot of people don't know, he was trying to come back into the nation. They got all the phone records. They were
exactly
back and forth. Elijah Muhammad sent out a mandate, don't nobody touch him.
Hands off Malcolm. He said hands off Malcolm, bro.
Yeah, we know that. So we know that he was trying to get back in the nation. We know that. But we also know that they were infiltrated, and where this is where he full of shit, Leon. The daughter in them is doing that because they found out that there was bullets from the ground and on the rooftop. The bullets that hit him came from the roof. They came from the roof. It was the feds. They had police. We already know that those guys were exonerated that went to jail. They didn't do it. Everybody knows that. So what
Gregory, I remember Dick Gregory was coming out with that information. Judge Joe Brown came out with that information.
But I want people to understand something.
So when people say Elijah gave the call, that's that narrative I'm talking about, though, George. It makes it look like they was involved with Malcolm's death but Malcolm's daughter is on record right now suing the federal government for the assassination of Malcolm X.
But we know that. That's what I'm saying. So you know me, as long as I've been on here talking, I don't know about a lot of the Indian stuff. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I teach. So what I'm saying to you is, we know that part already. The problem, I'm telling you what the OGs say. The OGs, my father in them generation, don't like Malcolm. They look at Malcolm as a traitor because he shouldn't have never said what he said or did what he did. And he did it because they say that he was jealous of the situation with that woman. He didn't like Betty Shabazz. He was in love with this other woman. That's what I'm saying. There's a whole bunch of narratives that go out with the story. So what I'm saying is, but if you talk to my father before he died, no, he didn't like Malcolm X like that. He said Malcolm X was a goddamn traitor. And that's how most of the OGs talk. Leon is a younger generation. He came after the fact. He's not my father in them age. He's not Yusef Shaw in them age. He's not Jeremiah Shabazz in them age. And all.
Yeah, he said something important too. He did say he came out of the baby. That they were older than him, but you can tell he have a bias towards a certain.
He was a baby. He come out of the baby generation.
He got a bias towards some of the leaders. You can tell.
Yeah, because what happened was the bias was when Worf came home from jail and a split happened. Because Elijah Muhammad's son was mad at the father, and then you had a split. And a lot of the younger generation went with them. The older generation stayed with Elijah, Elijah's teachings, right after Elijah died. So that's what I'm saying. But you had here Sam Christian and all them. He mentioned Sam Christian, how they was all scared. Noonie Mims and Sam Christian was the ones they was really scared of, not Upshaw, because Upshaw was he ran the military wing of it. But them niggas had to come through Philly, bro. They had to come.
Let me say this real quick, George. I just want to say peace and blessings to you and Topcatz, man. I got to make up a couple moves, man. It was always good to build with y'all brothers. If y'all still on by the time I get back, I'll hop back up.
All right, bro. Stay away from that milk.
No doubt.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying is, to me, a lot of people got the issues with the Nation of Islam or Elijah, but I'm looking at it like this from a leader perspective, right? If a dude who can barely read it right, because all of our organizations, every last one of our organizations have been infiltrated, even the Black Indians, right? When you deal with Andrew Jackson. When you deal with Andrew Jackson and the Red Sticks, the North and the South, all that shit.
You deal with today.
Yeah, the Creeps.
Today, that's bad people.
Yeah, so but what I want people to understand, when you deal with them goddamn Creeps and some of them other groups, they wasn't our friends. You had some that was, some that traded.
Yeah, you got two fractions. Like you said, it's a divide.
There's a divide.
So when they came with the civilization plan, you can have two brothers. One might see it beneficial in what he doing, so he gonna go side with the U.S. under the Treaty of Hopewell and going to their jurisdiction. Whereas his brother stayed what they call traditional.
He over there
end up clashing.
He down in the swamp
together. Yeah,
so, he down in the swamp with our crew. He ain't over there with Andrew Jackson.
That's what happened with the Indians. You had some niggas that went, and you had even brothers fighting against each other. In the Revolutionary War and in the French and Indian and also the Civil War.
So so I set up to say, all I'm saying is, when you have somebody like Elijah that was taking brothers off the streets, taking the heroin needles out their arm, taking the women out from selling coochie and everything, and cleaning them up and having them walk on the streets and doing right. Right, you see, creating $1 million industries, right, within the communities up and down the East Coast and the Midwest, buying farmland. They had to get this nigga out of here, man. Because the thing is, people like in Detroit, Dr. Reverend Albert Cleage, right, who ran the Black Nationalism Christian Church. You know why people never heard of him? Because of what he was talking about. He took the Bible and took it and made it into a whole different. He made the story about us and using the Bible to elevate Black people. Look him up, Dr. Albert Cleage, right? The thing was, white man is the goddamn devil. We're gonna use this Bible to empower us. Those type of leaders of that time is the reason why you know all these other people but don't know them, because they had power and they had the ability to unify black bodies to move in a certain way. So I grew up under the teachings. I understand we love Malcolm, but there's no Malcolm without Elijah. How the fuck you love Malcolm but hate Elijah? Malcolm don't exist without Elijah.
Nah, it's real.
That don't make any goddamn sense. And the teachings, and I haven't, in my opinion, regardless of what, this is just George's opinion. I ain't seen nobody duplicate what he was able to do yet. I mean, you could be Nuwabian, you can be Black Church, you can be Nation of Islam.
Anyone, all of them put together.
You can be Black Indian, right? Somebody that look like us, go do it better than what Elijah. The way if you don't like Elijah Muhammad, go do it better and show me from AC to KC, Nebraska to Alaska, people that look like us.
Maine to Spain, yeah.
Show us doing something. That's all. So you can criticize them, but if you ain't got nothing to replace it with, you just talking shit. You talking shit. Show it to me, and I'll shut up. I need to see my Moorish brothers, my church brothers, my Black Indian brothers. I need to see duplications of it and look at the mistakes that they made and do better. That's what I need to see. I haven't seen it yet. So until I see it,
that's real.
So until I see it for me, the way I think, man, stop talking shit about our leaders, man, until y'all can replace and do better than what they did. Because there's a lot of fucked up shit that I like, and I get in trouble for this. I understand, but this is just me. I'm gonna stand on what I say. To me, when I look at the Dr. King story, this is all go into this what we're talking about. In my studies, Dr. King wasn't the problem. No, you can call him a Mason, you call him whatever you want. He wasn't the problem. Let's unpack the story. Look at Dr. King. He's murdered. The next year, his brother's murdered. 1974, his mother's murdered. And the church while playing the organ. Guess who they kept alive, Top?
Who that? The wife?
His father.
Oh yeah.
They wiped out his whole
family. Big time.
They wiped out the whole family line and left the father alive. Why? See, what I'm saying is we're nerds. We study. How come kill your wife, both your sons, but keep you alive? What was the father connected to? See
the father is the one that told Black people to walk with JFK. He was a strong proponent to getting JFK. He said he'll walk to the end of the world with JFK, and he hoped all other Negroes in the country do so too. Well, he go back to the commandment keepers.
There you go.
Also, his grandfather, when you go back in 1832, came here from Dublin, Ireland.
I know where you go.
So when we look at it, they say Ohio, then some say Georgia, and they keep switching it. If you look at it now, he's a white man. But if you pull up the Irish Times, the Irish magazine, they talk about Dr. Martin Luther King and his Irish ancestry. They claim him as his own. But when you do a deeper dive, you find out that Martin Luther King and JFK got the same ancestry.
So let's do it. So let's unpack it, right? Remember what I said yesterday. You, Topcatz, could be a guy. You could be a young, smart, intelligent young man. You coming up under some elders. They giving you information, teaching you. You become a great orator, and you teach what you've been taught, right? And you going through life in the world. That's the world you know, right? And then as you start getting outside, you start seeing the world for what it is. And at some point in your life, you start going off script and telling the truth. Next thing you know, you got a bullet in your neck. Next thing you know, your brother's dead. Next thing you know, your wife is dead. Well, nobody ever took the time to study the father as to why all this was going down. And this is why I have problems when I be having conversations with people, because I'm like, well, wait a minute, man. Like, he's doing a eulogy at his son's funeral, but they killing his whole family. And what was they standing on? What was they talking about? How everybody did but you?
Yeah, and he ran with some big brothers, you know, Josiah Ford and them. Like, he was really
connected. He was the one connected.
Look, his daddy was the president of the NAACP.
There you go. I'm glad you on it. And so what I'm saying is, Dr. King was the son that was groomed into what he was teaching. This went on before Dr. King. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you had Frederick Douglass, you had the instance with the Scottsboro boys in the South. There was a lot of things that went on way before you had a Dr. King, bro. So when you talk about this Mason stuff, I could be a young guy in the Nation of Islam, come recruit us in jail or off the streets. And they find out, well, this is the most charismatic of the bunch. We're going to put this information in George. George, he not afraid to talk in front of a crowd. So here you go. You got me saying the white man is the devil, teaching me all this stuff. And then I start traveling the world and start seeing different stuff. I start speaking off script. What's going to happen to me? There you go. That's just what it is, man. That's in every organization, whether you Black Indian, whether you Moorish American, whatever. When you go off script to what the narrative is, and you can do something to hurt the narrative, you got to go. So that's why I talked about the big bad bully. Until we got a military to stand on our claims and defend what we want, we ain't gonna never be able to take this machine down. It's gonna sound good. He's gonna tell you stuff to make you feel good that day. But you're not getting that land back they took from the Black Indians, or that land that's allotted to you. Field Order 15 ain't coming back until we can smack that white man in the face and take it. Am I wrong, Top? It ain't happening.
My bad, I was on mute. It don't apply to everybody neither. That's another thing we gotta understand. Mm-hmm. It was specific. It was a massacre that had been called the Ebenezer Massacre, where they had these people that they called contraband because at that time they didn't have a name for them in the U.S. jurisdiction and they were outside of it. Basically, they were set up on the outskirts of wherever the Union set up it. And then the Union used them for bridge making, interpreting, forming. And so the legend goes that it was a food shortage. So they massacred all of the people. So they end up going to Savannah and having a meeting about that. And that's when they came up with Special General Field Order. Yeah, that's how that happened.
Right, for that land. Yeah, no, I agree. But see, this is the thing. People saying that I sound like a defeatist or we on the land. See, one thing about me, I'm not a liar. I don't believe in lying to my people. I tell the truth. My whole thing is, listen, I got folks that got land in the South, right? Sulphur Springs Plantation in Virginia, right down there in Gretna, Virginia. I did videos on my family's land, right? Tallahassee, Florida, and Georgia, right? What I'm saying is, we got a whole story of things that's been taken from our people. And it's still a reparations fight to get certain things back and to be recognized. So don't tell me that I sound like a defeatist. I just love my people enough to be honest with them. The masses of our people are displaced, don't know who their families are, the masses of them, or don't have the land that their families come from. I'm not making up nothing on lying. So like, come on, man. We got a 15-degree black belt in Bible, but a lot of those tribal names that our families come from, they're not even recognized. Those white folks, some $5 Indians is going down there getting that stuff. Because if that was the case, Topcatz and Dan Calloway wouldn't have to teach it. It would be part of the culture. It would be ingrained in the culture. It would be something that we would just know. I'm not making up nothing.
I wanna do this little drop real quick on Martin Luther King.
Imagine them niggas you coming there, that nigga, boy, that's to my old people. How many of y'all was emulate a baseball?
So this is
all right. So these niggas that went to Ebenezer, this nigga the president of the NAACP, Reverend Williams, proud thinking man, God. He also was a hard working, self-made man who was loving and dedicated husband and father. But when I goddamn transition, I need this nigga writer, huh? The ancestors originated in England and Ireland, depending on the source you use. The Irish Branham was first recorded in County Kinley, Ireland. The Irish surname Brenham comes from the Old Irish.
So
great.
So here goes
right. So today we gonna deal with them here because y'all don't know them goddamn folks down there.
So great grandparents right here.
This ain't got nothing to do with Nathan, right? That nigga ass said, there you go. This the nigga I want. Everybody here, y'all cool. See, he goes Jim Long in 1864. It was Wikipedia. So.
All right, so here go his ancestor. They connect him with that Irish line, James Albert King.
64 and was probably of Irish and African descent. Like moving through that African out there.
Why?
I gotta explain that this nigga black.
Okay, thank you. You know a little something. Well, I was getting kind of worried, but your little ass might know a little something. So right here it shows people them coming over. He was the father of Martin Luther King Sr. And so he gonna come over.
Retreat, bro. Ain't nobody in there. And Martin Luther King.
That little motherfucker.
Where you want me to go?
So this me just breaking.
It's not that. Wow.
So they say James Albert King, 1864, was probably of Irish, but we got him in Dublin, Ireland. Then they say his birthplace may be Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Ireland.
Right.
And so then they come down here to Georgia, Stockbridge, Georgia.
What year was he born?
1864.
Okay.
And died in 1933. Now
that was Dr. King's grandfather right here.
Right, there you go.
Yep.
And he coming from Dublin, Ireland. But they got a bloodline that tie in with JFK now. Through they did, you go back in their ancestry. So that's what brought them together. JFK, RFK, and MLK.
And see, I think because people don't understand, like I'm born and raised in Philly, but my family is in the South. I've been down the South all my life throughout the summers and stuff. When I went down South, when I was in Florida, Pensacola, Florida, Tallahassee, Florida, when I was in Georgia, I didn't see black folks walking around with Native American stuff and talking Native American stuff. I didn't see it. And I was there, I'm 50. I was down there everywhere, all through the South. So when I make statements of, now, was it passed through our families that they said that there was this? Absolutely. Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, yes. My grandfather was born on a Muskogee reservation in Florida, but that's not something, that culture didn't permeate through our family. They weren't going around calling themselves Indians.
Nah, but they still had the culture because the food, our culture gonna come from our house. It's the way of life, the way that this family do things. So, shit that we eat, things we gotta do. If we got chores, what time we go to sleep, we gotta go to sleep. Manners. Yes sir, no ma'am. Different manners, being presentable and represent your last name. You know what I'm saying? So, those things were the culture. The way that Granny would use motherfucking plants.
I agree with that. I think it's misunderstood what I'm saying. I'm with you. All of those things that Big Mama did was that culture. I get it. What I'm saying was the rights that's supposed to be afforded to us from the U.S. government that was supposed to be afforded to us wasn't recognized and wasn't there for us.
No, they got us through legislation with that.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. People being disingenuous. I think they missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm gonna say it again. My grandfather was born on an Indian reservation in Florida. We knew that. The food, the culture, I got that. That's not my argument. What I'm saying is the rights that were supposed to be afforded to our people, it's not there. So now when you deal with the generations of people, that culture is not permeating through there like that because the actual rights that's supposed to be there is not given. So Big Mama say, well, we this or we that. And when you go down south, yes, it is strong. But that land and those rights and all those things that's supposed to be afforded us, man, a lot of us is misclassified as black. I'm sitting there like I'm talking foreign.
Yeah, what's his name? Reverend, not Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson said he want to drop the word black because it is baseless and it do not represent us no more than Negro did. So, that's when he pushed the African American. But that was one of his things. He said this shit is baseless. For as the Sanchez say, tell George Negroes in the South know who they are, but they don't walk around with feathers on.
No, I agree with him. But I agree with him. That's what I respond to. It's not that I get it. I'm with that. I understand. I've been in the South. My family's in the South. I know. My grandmother told me. I know that part. What I'm saying is the land rights and the rights that's supposed to be afforded to the Black Indian, the government double crosses, and we didn't get it. It's still an argument. It's still a reparations argument.
Well, you know, yesterday the Muskogee Creek Freedmen came out and said that I think they won a case, where they can be considered citizens and not. But see, the thing is, what it does is that new corporation that was created in the 20th century, they don't have any ties to the true treaties, 1866.
Right.
Well, the government owes us. Now, in order for them to get it, they have to let them in the tribe. So that's the only reason why they're doing it. And I say that because Obama gave hundreds of millions of dollars to the Cherokee only after they allowed their freedmen to be citizens.
To be a part. But stay right there, Tom.
Right.
Why weren't they letting our people in there in the first place?
They created new organizations. So you had some called in 1934, you had some called the Reorganization Act, where they came and they took it from traditional, where it passed through bloodline. They started having elections, just like the U.S. government. So now we elect the chief, a nigga that ain't got no bloodline, but we're gonna put the nigga in that's working for our benefit and not the tribe. So once they did the election, they chartered these corporations. So they're not even tribe, they're chartered corporations. They chartered them. So anybody that comes under that is not the same as the ones that signed the treaties, because we can see they're incorporated in the 20th century. No treaties were signed in the 20th century, but they're trying to attach themselves to the treaties from the 19th century, which the government owes land and all other type of resources to. In order for them to get the resources, they've been going to court like 7-9 years about this. And now they finally enfolded and said, okay, we're going to let y'all in. But they're going to disperse where the money goes. And that's the fucked up part about it. Well,
that's the argument that I'm making. They moved us out the way and provided resources and all the stuff for these other groups. So when I'm saying we're not recognized,
see, nigga came and told us that we was something else, and that shit took a lot of niggas off the land.
That's all I'm saying.
Out of the fight. So in the civil rights era, when niggas should have been fighting about that, they got us out here marching, talking about we want to integrate and ride the bus and get equal pay and treatment as the white man. And the whole time they walking us off the land, because this is when in the 70s is when Native Americans get to popping. That's why you got niggas with 50-year anniversary powwows, 30-year anniversary, 25-year anniversary powwow. How are you ancient back from the 14, 15, 1600, and this only your 35th powwow?
See, I take this stuff personal. Yeah, I take this stuff personal because when I was really looking up my family and studying my grandfather and found out that he was part of the Muskogee tribe and he was born there, people got to understand the Muskogee tribe was at war with the Creeks, who was siding with it. They wanted to keep their way of life. They got overran. So when I make the statement, I'm not talking in ignorance. Oh, where's my grandfather at? Hold on, let me pull my pop up, man. God damn it. Because like a lot of times we get on here and we be talking and people say shit to make it sound good, but I'm not talking out my ass. My family knew who they were, but a lot of them got, as I'm saying, displaced and identities took them from them. Then some of our people traded and wanted to be a part of the civil rights movement. They started to abandon stuff.
Yeah, and that was the same time that them tribes reorganized their constitution, and when they reorganized them, they kicked niggas out. And that's 69, that's 70s, 1969 and 70s, 79, shit like that. They started kicking niggas out the tribe.
Yeah. Red Sticks was part of the Muskogee. That's why I always talk about. What I always talk to you about when I bring up the
red sticks and the white sticks.
That's my grandfather and them. That's my
mine too. Mine too.
So what I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. They was at war to keep their traditions. And what happened was Andrew Jackson and them goddamn Creeks came through with a bigger military kicking ass.
Well, they traded with them because, you know, Cherokees fought against us in their war. Mixed race Cherokees, mixed race Creeks. They fought against us. So like at Battle of Fort Horseshoe Bend, they knew the routes and they knew that we'll take boats over to these little islands. So what they did was burn the boats and all of that and set it on fire and kill men, women, and children. But only a nigga from the tribe or the squad even know that we post up back here. Because you got to go through the woods and all this shit. Then you got to take a boat to get there. So nigga, they brought them niggas over there. And it's, again, that picking sides, that one nigga feel like he ought to have more or he should be in the same position or getting the same respect that this other nigga getting.
When you deal with my grandfathers in the line, you talking about the Battle of Horseshoe, right? And the Fort Jackson Treaty, where they basically was damn near wiped out. Whole existence wiped out. Name everything.
Everybody that was caught became prisoner of war.
So what I'm saying is, don't sit here and tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. The U.S. government owe us, man. And they took a lot of our identity, and a lot of generations don't know shit about it. They come from it. I'm not talking out my ass. Y'all piss me off with this bullshit because you might got your land, but the masses of our people fucked up. I'm not making up shit. It ain't just George. I had to really my grandfather died. I had to find this shit out. And I had to go, well, you have this, and I had to go to family. Like, I'm getting upset because I just hate some of our people. Like, we talk like we stupid. Like, you think because you got something, what about everybody else? We got people from the South come up. Yeah, we know who we are, but do we got the rights under what we say we are? Do we have the rights from the government? I'm just saying.
Now we don't, because black took that over. Black owned the rights to niggas. The title black, the paradigm of black, it owned the rights to niggas. Black is, that's why it's a blanket term, like in its basis, like what's Column said, because it still get us nowhere. What type of black? So yeah, I think it's because we've been ran by, the black title took us off our square. Mm-hmm. Before then, there was no integration. All the boycotts, the Southern Baptist, all this shit got moved to the South, and they started coming into Jackson and Selma and all of this shit here, Alabama and shit. And they want to integrate in all of this, and now we losing our catfish farms, we losing our ferries, we losing all of our land and shit like that. So
let me share my screen. I want to pull a picture of my grandfather real quick. Hold on, let me see. My grandparents. Yeah, I think I got it here. That's my granddaddy right there. Down there in Tallahassee in 1919. That's my grandmother right there. And he had, that's where I get them goddamn slanted ass eyes from. Yeah. Yeah, but he was born on a reservation, right? And he died when I was a kid. So yeah, it's and then, like, let me see. That's my grandmother.
Out of Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my grandmother. So what I'm saying is we know who we are. We know the history. That's not the argument that George is making. The argument that George is making is the rights that was supposed to go to my grandparents and supposed to come to us didn't come to us. So that's when I make up the term we've been displaced because of the knowledge. A lot of that information I had to look up and do digging myself.
Yeah.
I had to do digging myself. So we start talking like we talk like people try to like talk to you as if you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got my family. I know who my family is. It's there. I can pull all of it up. I can show videos of us on the land. Right? But there's a whole bunch of land that's supposed to be ours. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's supposed to be ours that's going to other people that's claiming they us. That's masquerading as us. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so important to know, because all these other doctrines of schools of thoughts have actually taught us outside of that. If we were, and I asked Phil Valentine this, I say, so if back then the master teachers of back then, if they focused on America, could we be in a better position that we in today? And he said, you know what? I do think we would have been. But these niggas took us to Africa in the mine and took the land right from under our feet, because we could have been adding on to what was there, because our grandparents back then was born in the 1800s, which means their grandparents was born in the 1800s. So it would have been so much insight and so much connection to the story. But somewhere in the line, we break off and we join these other doctrines that take away. Some of them take our last name, where our inheritance is, you know, no disrespect, but like Malcolm X, taking their name, put an X on it, but your inheritance is in the X, is in your surname.
Yeah, somebody said, yeah, my grandmother is Cuban. My grandfather is Muscovy.
Yeah, y'all didn't know that. Yeah, he always said that.
I always say that. Yeah, my grandmother's Cuban and my grandfather's Muscovy. I gotta pull up other pictures. I got a whole bunch of. I went to my other aunts. I got a whole bunch of pictures in the family that's down there on the land. So no, I know who I am, but that wasn't an argument. When I said the argument I was making was the things that's supposed to be afforded to us as a people. Other people are getting our shit masquerading as us, while we going around saying we black. It's the truth. I'm not making up nothing. You know,
damn. So what happened? You know, and then not only that, like we moved from that, and people making new terms and titles for us, and I feel like that shit ain't helping. That shit hurting. Like you doing the same thing they did. You can't turn around and say, okay, Pan African was bad for us, but Pan African is aligned with black. They made the allegiance in the 1970s.
I'm gonna send you the video. I did a video showing my DNA test, and I don't even go by that shit, right? But I'm gonna play the game for a minute. I got 18% Native American, East Asian Native American DNA in my bloodline, right? I'm 62% so-called Sub-Saharan African. I can go to one of those and get the citizenship because I got enough percentage. I got a lot of percentage, right? I don't want it because I know that I don't believe in that shit. I know it's a lie, and I want all of us to fucking get it. I can go and be recognized by that shit, but those people ain't my people.
Right. We do it our damn self, then that's something different.
Yeah.
We build it for us, and
so I think what people understand, because I'm cuss, I get a little passionate because people don't know my story. They don't understand. I have it all. It's in my. I did my video. I have it. I got all that shit. But that's not. They ain't. When I go down and I've seen them, they ain't our people. That was nothing like me. I'm just saying. My grandfather looked like that. I look like this. I don't know who them motherfuckers was when I seen them. They was white people. They didn't even look like the Asian looking, small looking Asian ones. They was white people. So that's
I told him I walked in the Seminole goddamn reservation. As soon as I walked in the door, nigga, I'm greeted by white folks. And I walked that motherfucker a couple miles, like 5-6 miles, maybe 10. I walked the whole thing, and everybody I passed by that worked there was a white person. I ain't see damn nigga that supposed to be a native. So
that's what I'm saying.
Who getting all the goddamn money? The mafia had the casinos. Well, that shit there came out of play. They licking Cuba fell out of play. So then they came under the Indian status and started building them, hard rocks and building them in areas. So now we go to Vegas, Arizona, different shit like that, where you can get people, Oklahoma, shit like that. Yeah, it's under these reservations.
Biloxi, all that Biloxi money, them oil, oil money. That's all our shit.
Yeah,
that's all our shit. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like. Even what's the little young girl that had all that? Was it Sarah Rector? Autumn.
Yeah.
That's all that stuff down in that land is our folks, man. All stuff. All that, the Mississippians. All that stuff is ours.
Yeah, the Rockefellers took it.
So what I'm saying is when I'm making statements like we've been displaced, I'm not talking out my ass. They stole our shit. And sold us back some bullshit story. So when you go to Birmingham, the murder rate in Birmingham is astronomical through the roof. Imagine we didn't get our stuff stolen from us, and we was able to walk around saying we Indians without being attacked. You think we would have all the murders down there? So it's a little different for me. I don't know how y'all might operate, but my mindset, no, I think we need to have our own shit. And independent of where we can go around and say, well, this is who we are, and the truth need to be out, and the resources need to be afforded to our people so we can redevelop ourselves in a manner in which it should be. So I'm just saying, man, I don't know. I don't like the fact that I had to search and look up my granddaddy and look up and find out all shit and then find family. And then, I don't like all that shit. That ain't right.
That shit supposed to came with me, you know what I'm saying, from birth. Yeah, they got all the way up. So, yeah, I get it.
So if I had to search, what else I ain't find yet?
You feel me?
What else you keeping from me? So, yeah, I feel some type of way. You got them right. Shit, man, I don't know. Then you find out, then on the other side, hold on, I'm gonna show you something else. Hold on. Let me. I find this out, right? Hold on. Dealing with my family, right? I'm gonna go on my father's side, right? Hold on, because I think I showed this before. At something that I never even thought to look up until I saw Dan Calloway videos and having arguments with you. I never even thought. I just thought. I'm gonna tell you from the teaching. I just thought that my mom on my dad's side, they was just slaves, because that's what I thought we was, right? I never thought to look back and look and stuff until I did this, and then I went and asked questions. Topcatz. Let me see if I pull it up. I thought we was all slaves. Wait a minute, I gotta go down. Oh, here we go. Let me share my screen again real quick.
Shout out to the homie Sanchez just pulled up.
Yeah, what's up, Sanchez? Here you go. Now, this is
brothers?
Yeah, this is my great grandmother right here, right? That's my great aunt right there. She's holding, right? Now, how do I make this big? Click on it. When you click on it, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Now she was born back in those days. You see her clothes, right? This do it look like rags?
Nah, tailor-made.
They came from money. No slaves. Don't have nothing in the records. No, wasn't slaves. On that side, on my dad's grandmom's side, they was, but not on this. My dad's father's side, not my dad's mother's side. They came from bread, up out of Virginia and Philadelphia, part of the Philadelphia Renaissance, with a lot of fucking money. There's a whole lot of story that go with eminent domain and how their wealth was taken from them. But she had bread. I didn't know that. I just thought we were some rag, mouse-eating slaves. That's what I thought until I went and looked. No, they slavery. What the hell is that? They came from bread. I didn't know that. Look at the baby clothes. No, they wasn't no rag. They wasn't poor. They had bread, but we didn't know it. Downtown Philadelphia, downtown. In 6th and Lombard and all that kind of places was where the blacks lived. Then you had the upper blacks that lived in the downtown part before they built it. They had all kinds of land down there. It took them through eminent domain and some other shit that went down. That's in the family. But I didn't know. I just thought we were slaves. But I never thought to look none of that up until I was having arguments with you and looking at Dan Calloway. I never thought to look back into that family. I just thought we were slaves, bro. I was wrong. Right? So all I'm saying is I can pull my family up. That's my great aunt right there, Ethel May. She was when my grandmother was born. They put my grandmother in the home because this is my great grandma. Her daughter, she had too many kids, and she put my grandma in the home. And my aunt Ethel May went and got my grandma. If she would never went and got my grandma, I probably wouldn't even be born here to even talk about it. So that's a whole another story. It's just a lot.
She like a school teacher or something.
Huh?
She like a school teacher or something.
Yeah, no, they had their own businesses and properties and stuff like that. Yeah, her father and them, they came from money, and they had land in Eastern Shore, Maryland.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a whole story behind that. But I had to go look for that and find it. So when I talk about certain things, I'm not saying that they didn't know who they were. I know we know who we were. It was just about the things that's supposed to be afforded to us that's not there. And a lot of our people today, Topcatz, don't even know that they're supposed to go fight for it.
Right. That's the
argument I'm making.
And I think it's a lot of the representation that's out here, niggas that's repping the American brand. I don't feel like they doing enough. I feel like they sitting on their hand. I feel like these niggas too comfortable. I feel like these niggas feel like they gonna live forever and be able to sit around and do this shit when it's other things that's newer than the American paradigm that came attached themselves to the American paradigm. And they're trying to basically, you know, take over the story, because if you look at it, it's damn near looking like the niggas that's repping American front line ain't strong enough to hold the line. If you gonna let another nigga that come from you that took your game and spun it, put another title on it, and doing better than you, you feel me? I don't expect this shit.
I don't think we angry enough. I don't think our people angry got to where they angry enough, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I think it need a couple more years, because every year I see a lot more people come into it, but they being taught by people who, you know, got it passed down and the shit watered down, too much baking soda in the dope, it and crumbled up. So by the time it got to them, so yeah, it ain't no good.
But that's why when I met you, I argued and debated with you, but I always told you, I understood some. I didn't understand the Black European stuff, but when you talked about us being Indian, I told you, I said I understand. My grandmother told me that. I got the information on my family, so I knew you wasn't bullshitting. I just didn't know how to where to look or how to place certain things. I knew the pro-Black Pan-African teachings. I knew all that, but I didn't know the stuff that you was talking about. I had to go look for that shit.
Right. What's up with this, Sanchez?
What's good, y'all, man? What's going on? This is a dope bill. Appreciate you, man.
Sanchez, I called you, man. You ain't pick up. I called you yesterday.
For real?
Yep.
Man, I'm sorry about that one, man. Ain't no telling. I probably was recording or some shit. I've been having these headphones on in the lab, so yeah, man. We're gonna have to link up though off the scenes for sure.
Yeah, when because I got your text and I was asleep when I woke up. I called you.
Oh yeah, man. For real. We gotta talk, man, about a whole bunch of shit, bro.
Yeah, we will. We talk offline.
Yeah. Hey, salutes to the bill, man. I ain't want to come up here to do nothing but add on and edify the conversation that y'all already got. I just wanted to point out to the people watching, right? I've done some research. Well, what led me into this was Darwinism. I've done some deep research on eugenics, right? And I was thinking, along with the word Black, right? Even when we get rid of the word Black and we come under our rightful name, whatever we agree with, we still not going to get what we want quite yet, because one of the main problems of how these people see us, because a lot of people say, well, if we don't know who we are, they ain't going to know who we are. The truth is they know who we are, but they will play dumb because they don't want us to, you know, saying they don't want you to know you done woke up now. But the thing is this right here too. Like, it's like the main thing they did to take away our land and all that, it was not even when they identified us as Black, but when they identified us as non-human. And the reason I say that is because when the invader showed up to these lands, he looked around and he saw goats, cows, chickens, turkeys. He saw all these animals on the land, and he saw trees, plants. In his mind, he said, look, I can domesticate these things. But here go the kicker. He looked at the indigenous people on the land no different than a cow, a goat, a scorpion. He said these animals come with the land. So he didn't say these are humans that live on his land. When the invader looked at the indigenous people, he didn't even look at them as humans. They started bidding on the land with the indigenous folks in the background, talking about the land as if these people weren't even on it, as if they were just mere animals on it. The point of them saying us is not human. It's the fact that there's a certain mindset that this invader got, And when we really grasp it, y'all got it. But it's so scientifically racist, y'all, that, for example, the Catholic Church will go to a person's land and they will say, oh, these people need soap, they need clothes, they need this and that. Next thing you know, the people ain't speaking their language no more. They Walmart shopping, they land got Outback Steakhouse on it. They don't even look like themselves no more, talking a new language. And you know how they justify it? They say we basically need to help these people, upgrade them, like Beyonce, let me upgrade you. But they say we're civilizing people, but they're really domesticating them like how we do dogs. So when they go into these lands, they don't even consider the humans on these lands as humans. They say, oh, yeah, man, the animals and all that come along with the land, and you part of the animals. So when we say today in science that man is in the animal kingdom, they're literally talking about a certain group of people that they identify through eugenics as being in the animal kingdom. But this how deep it goes. They use the word primitive to refer to our ancestors, but the white man's so slick, right, that the word primitive just don't mean primal or first. It means outdated or faulty, inferior, in his language too. So when he calling your ancestors saying that you first and you're primitive, he also saying you ain't civilized, you're outdated. He basically saying the newest humans are the most upgraded and advanced. Therefore, they should be the leaders of the world. This is his foundation for manifest destiny, on why he should be at the top, you should be at the bottom. Because according to eugenics and DNA, what Darwin and his cousin was talking about, they were saying that the barbaric races are more scientific and the natural indigenous races live with the rule of the jungle. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In that book, also it say that certain races were more evolved than others, and they would say that Caucasians is more evolved than Chinese, than Black. And this is why I say I don't understand why Uncle West would even push atheism or evolution when he's the main Charles Darwin. So I look at it as, like I say, scientific racism. It's been going on. So that's the main important thing, and they came up with these classifications.
That was Johann Blumenbach. That was
They came up with classification of different men. Caucasian, Mongoloid, all that is pseudoscience, bro. All that is pseudoscience.
Well, they had to create something to justify them saying that they were the apex. And remember, you were first, so you were primitive. We came later, so we were the advanced model of you, and we have the right to now govern over you and judge over you, right? And they had help. They had some help by ones that looked like us as well. They didn't do it. They didn't do it by themselves because they weren't smart enough to do it by themselves. They had people that looked like us assisting them along the way, unfortunately, on every continent.
And this is why I even when I was a Hebrew Israelite, rocking that for 10 years. Like last week, it showed this is your 10th year anniversary of when I created a group. When I woke up, I was a Hebrew Israelite. I was rocking it for 10 years. But when they used to come at me talking about this Esau's a white man and all that, I'm like, that's genetically impossible. You can't have, if you're saying Isaac is Black and then he has his first son Esau, he's white, and then the other brother, they twins, he come out Black. I mean, how did that work? And then it's just the same thing with scientific racism. We got the dominant genes. You know what I'm saying? I mean that goes for any melanated person. You know what I'm saying? And like you say, with the Negro, Indians, Hebrew, Moor, all these are just social constructs. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep us separated. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, they used all of those different things, and they used the education tactics to miseducate cases, reclassify us, and to this day, we still arguing about who we are and what we are. So it's all messed up. Man.
Yeah, they tell somebody else, yeah, man, they could think we come from Africa. We come from all over, bro. So why we everywhere? We don't know where the beginning started. Not for real. Even out of Africa. Yeah, the out of Africa theory, that's flawed. There's other theories out there, but just because it's a theory, that don't mean
You got multi-regional, you got all of that. They go back to what Sanchez was saying, Darwinism, the push of eugenics. Darwin's son ran British eugenics, and he also ran the Royal Geographical Society at the same time. Their family member Davenport was real instrumental in pushing eugenics here. Well, you had something called the RSC, which was a sister branch to it, which they funneled money to. That's where the search, the discovery of the Negro. That's the first time you hear Negroes had a culture, and their culture was from Africa. That's 1923. That was in 1923. That was the first time. It wasn't a person looked like us said that. It was a YT man came out and said that, and he devoted his life teachings to that. And John Henry Clark was one of his students.
Hey, Top, let me ask you, Top, something I never asked you before. In this conversation we talking about right now, based off of your teachings, what you teach, who was the first one that started the eugenics stuff based off of what Topcatz? I know what I study and teach, but you may have something different that you might bring to the table that I've never heard of. That's why I'm asking.
It was God Royal Society.
Yeah, when we talk about I'm gonna elaborate more into the question. When you deal with the eugenics and you deal with whites being up top, blacks being lesser, all blacks come from Africa. Was it a black European that did that, or was it a European Caucasian man that created that talking point?
Nah, so you're gonna go back to the African Association in 1832. They gonna basically sell majority of it to an organization called the Royal Colonization Society. I mean, the Royal Geographical Society. So after that, boom, they're gonna become so that'll be ran by a dude named Joseph Banks. He looked like us. His statues and all of that. He was one of us. Johannes Bogart is who gonna be W. Du Bois, one of his ancestors off his mama's side, Bogart family. He ran under him. He was one of his top missionaries that was looking for the land of Timbuktu, and he passed away on the way there. So, but now it was people that looked like us. Now, once we move down to the eugenics, to the later part of the 19th century, you're going to start to see YT people come in. But Darwin, he wasn't the first to come in that field. His dad, Emmerich, who was the master mason, he also was in that same field as well. So when it came to people, my bad, you can turn up.
But when we see the history now with like people like H.S. Chamberlain and all of them, they pushing all this white supremacist rhetoric, right? And you see black people in the South getting hung from trees, and you see in the battles, the battles of us fighting. When did they get emboldened to come start killing us though?
Well, they came in the 20th century with the rise of the new Klan, the birth of a nation. Because the first Klan was niggas. The birth of a nation was these Ellis Island immigrants and implants. And so you in 1898, you got Wilmington, North Carolina. It was all politics. They built what's called the Fusion Party, with the Republicans, the poor and whites in the South were being taken care of by the Republicans, which was niggas. So they created the Dems created a fusion party where they offered something to the white man. So at that same time, in coming to the 20th century, you had the labor laws at that time, and you can see a lot of the pictures they walk in, how much $1.75 a day to work and all of that. These labor union laws. Well, what they did was they had them train them and then put them over them as their, supervisors or CEOs and shit like that. But that's how they did it. They used the immigrants to take us out of our political positions and seats. And so, yeah, they built that up. But that's when we see that us against them, the Red Summer, where they burnt down all these towns. So it's not just Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's many towns that had that effect. Beaumont, Texas, Waco, Texas, Houston, Texas, 1921, Chicago, East St. Louis riots. You know, that's when those type of things, the first time blacks and whites clashed, but that shit that was organized through labor unions and through basically, you know, these brotherhoods, I'd say. Because who they go get when the Klan come burn the cross in front of the yard? Who they go get? Who the only nigga can go around there and talk to them?
Black military,
the pastor.
Okay.
The pastor. And guess what the pastor is? A Mason. And guess what? Because they Protestant. And what the Klan is? Protestants, Baptists. So that's why the pastor, the only nigga, can go around and talk to the sheriff and talk to the head Klan, the Grand Master of the Klan.
So you say the first Klan was black. Those were the black Europeans.
Well, it was a mixture. They came out of Tennessee, Pulaski, Tennessee. It was a mixture of black Europeans and Indians out of Missouri, the Indians out of Tennessee, led by the first Grand Master, who had plenty black children. He had a lot of children out of wedlock. You had some called the Boys Convention, they were DMs. They wrote newspaper articles about him and all them, you know, him sleeping with a lot of women down there. But yeah, first Grand Master was a nigga. J.A. Rogers got a book on it.
Okay.
Like, yeah, J.A. Rogers, it's a few people, white folks that wrote books on it. But just for one, y'all can know, look up J.A. Rogers and the Black Ku Klux Klan.
So it would be similar. So if we transpose the story to based off my team, I'll use a West African story. Before the white man came in, we had our little fights and skirmishes amongst each other, and we was enslaving each other at times too, or kicking each other ass. Same shit go on when you get
gang banging shit. Yeah,
we gang banging at times, right? Same shit going on in West Africa, the same stories. So the white man come in, he mosey his way in at some point, and at some point he running the show. When you fast,
he mosey his way in. See, I played a video the other day. This guy worked at the National Archives. He was a part of the Niagara movement and all of that. Niagara movement, most of them members left and went and joined the newly NAACP, right? Who was funded by Joel Springer, right? A small hat who ended up, his brother went to school with W. Du Bois at Harvard, all right? So all this shit gonna tie in, but they didn't mosey in. So this guy, he's demoted for a white boy out of his position, and he ended up writing a book. He ended up coming up, I think it was 75 or 7,800 pages. What he did was he started outing families. He started outing prominent families who were black and bred white, and he was outing families that were posing as white people, but they had black ancestry. And a lot of them people that had that ancestry didn't have a good thing. That's why they changed their names. That's why they bred into white people today.
Can I ask something controversial then?
Turn up.
Would it be, am I wrong in making this assessment? And I'm using the West African for a minute, just for sake of argument. How they say the West Africans sold their people into slavery, right? To Arabs and the white man, and to other African tribes that sold them, right? When you're dealing with those empires,
the Moors are the Arabs that they talking about,
right. So when you're dealing with Ashanti, Kanem empires, right? The empires, because they're gang war, right? They taking captives and
they the mixed race. Because the Ashanti, you go look on the Ashanti King list, they was created in what, the late 1600s.
Yeah,
Ashanti not ancient. Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question because what's going on in West Africa is not unique to West Africa. It's happening all over the world. It's happening in China. Mongolia.
The blueprint that they used in America, and they just went around the world colonizing everybody else.
Right. So in America, you got from the Carolinas, from AC to KC, Nebraska to Alaska, you got peaceful tribes. You got some that's gangbanging, taking slaves, selling people. It would be the same thing, right?
Right.
So now when the European do come, or they come in at some point, the same thing that they say they're doing in West Africa, they would be doing here too. Everybody wasn't on our side.
Well, it was niggas from here that went to West Africa. So right now, if you pull up Euro African, you're gonna see that these are the people that stayed on the coastal lines, and they were people out of Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. These were the merchants who had stocks, bonds into those companies that was running places like Elmina, Cape Coasters, and them other dungeons. And the women that they bred with, yeah, they were from Africa, but a lot of these niggas was from Europe and out of the upper colonies. They call them Euro Africans today. And so they treat them different. That's why their surnames, even in the apartheid, when certain families can come because of who they are, the bloodline, and certain can't. Now the governor who ran that region for 10 years in the Royal African Company, which was running the slave trade at the time of company, they came out and said he ain't been 10 miles outside of the walls of the fort. They don't know the interior part. So that's where you get June 9, 1788, which is the first time they're going to it is to discover the interior parts of Africa. At that time, they only knew the coast areas. So you get Gum Coast, Rice Coast. If that place is named that, then the people are called the Rice Tribe, the Gum Tribe.
Yeah,
they come from America. That's bullshit. Yeah, so it's shit like
and all those places, right?
But the guy name is Daniel Murray. If anybody want to look him up, or y'all can go back 2-3 days ago and see the video.
So, what year? So, because I'm putting this together in my mind.
1897, when he wrote the book, he started.
No, not that. When you say that you had the merchants on the west coast of Africa, what year? What time was that when they came in from the Americas? Like, what was the time of that?
Oh, I'm gonna pull it up because it's gonna come through the Royal African Adventures. They gonna go bankrupt. When they go bankrupt, it's gonna become the Royal African Company.
And the reason why I'm asking that, because when you look at Africa, you look at Sierra Leone and those places they was calling the Rice Coast, right? And then you get into South Carolina and down there during the slave trade, and that was like a Rice Coast place. When if you saying that they had Africans that was already there, right, on the West Coast.
Yeah, but they war with them.
Yeah, right. I'm just listening to. I'm just trying to figure it out because I had never heard that it was Africans that was there on the west coast of Africa. But if you saying that we know that they didn't bring a lot of slaves here, but we know that they brought some. They brought some slaves here into Virginia and South Carolina, and down there they fucking picking rice and shit, right? So, but
I wouldn't say that. See, they use the indigenous population for that. See, we sat down with a dude who created slavevoyages.org.
Right.
Slavevoyages.org is W. Du Bois Association, Yale, Rice University, Harvard University. All of them are behind this project. And a nigga got off in his ass. So this for Anima Boo. This is when they gonna switch it over. 1674. They gonna switch. It's gonna change hands. These are the people here. Gold Coast Euro Africans. All right, now. These are settlements in colonial Ghana that arose between European men and African women from the late 15th century. So that's your date, 1471, 82 through the mid 20th century, 1957. Now check out the people. Now you got Portuguese, German, Swede, Dane, Dutch, British. But you got Spaniards, French, Italian, and Irish. But what they at the bottom, they tell you got New York, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island there as well. So these is niggas coming from the upper north, or what we call New England, that's gonna create this class of people who are separate than the Africans that are living in the interior ports. So right here, that's them. This through their schools. Phelps Stokes. They was created to do what? Connect leaders in Africa and America to improve quality in life. And so they come from the New York Colonization Society, which comes from the American Colonization Society, Liberia, and Sierra Leone settlement, like you brought up, 1777. Yeah, niggas did this. No white folks. White folks ain't do this shit. Niggas did this shit.
They came and copied what was already being done.
Nah, they got a seat at the table. It's a black hand working in the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's a black hand working in the background, man.
Well, I was always told
to white folks and then hid their crimes against the indigenous people here.
Funny thing is, a brother when I was in jail, a brother from the Nation of Islam told me exactly what you just said. Though he said to me, but he said it more in the context of the white man ain't smart enough to do this shit. He painted the picture as if we was primitive and dumb, but we had the kingdoms and the civilizations all over the world way before him. What he did was he became the front man, but behind the scenes, you got a hidden hand moving the shit. He said he ain't that smart to do the shit. He said, how you think we got all the inventions, we got everything? Well, he was just telling me like, no, man, he marvels when he see you.
It wasn't even that. He got put in he inherited. He got bred in through the bloodline. So that's how niggas they got the same last names and shit as us. So I'll give you another one if we go back. It's not him that's in place. We'll go back to this election. After Trump won, all the, you know, the rhetoric started coming out, all the money missing. Who was the people on the front street advocate for the Democratic Party? Did you see any YT people out there?
No, it's us.
Only niggas. Every time niggas run the Democratic Party. Period. That's why I said yesterday, there's people in you got Clarence and different niggas sitting in the Supreme Court seat. So how can all people here in America have experienced the same thing? So we gotta separate that off the top. Like, nah, we don't all have the same experience here. You feel?
Well, I know that by my family. When I found out on my dad's grandmother's side, they had money and they wasn't slaves. So they would have a totally different experience from somebody that may have been working in a rice plantation or even owned slaves.
On the tobacco, yeah.
Yeah, they had a different experience.
You want to jump in there?
Oh, was y'all talking to me? Oh,
yeah, I was saying you can jump in if you wanted to.
Oh no, I was just listening, man. This is a good bill. I will say, going back to when we was talking about scientific racism and eugenics, one thing that the eugenicists like to do is they like to say that black people are more naturally violent, and they use science to try to justify this. But some I thought about, like when an invader came to America, all of the sports, not just football, because they like to say we just invented football and basketball, the early Americans. We invented rugby, soccer, all these different sports that y'all see. We was playing these games when the invaders showed up. And guess what's so deep about it? We were so intelligent and advanced that we was settling disputes by playing sports games. So if two tribes got into it and was about to fight, there would be a higher power that make them play like some sort of sports game or something. And whoever win that game, then they get whatever it was. It wasn't no fight.
Right. We settled our disputes. Yeah,
it very rarely led to fighting. They don't like to talk about that too. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know something that you said that's
crazy. Brother Sanchez.
Oh, go ahead.
We were still doing that back in the 80s with breakdance.
Oh, I'm about to say. That's crazy.
You know what's crazy too?
Hey,
I watched the documentary. You sure ain't lying. And you know, I watched the documentary. You made me think of this when you said breakdance. It was a little LA game documentary where these gangs was like community sports is a big part of keeping the violence down. And I'm like, damn, we've been doing this since tribal times and even to now.
We still do it. We still have hood versus hood football games, baseball games. We still do it to this day.
That go back to
Hey,
what
y'all,
he out of Compton.
But somebody ended up getting shot. And nowadays, at the
but
game,
that go back to what Topcatz said an hour ago, where the customs and cultures is still there. It's in your bloodline, your DNA. You just don't know that you're actually sometimes practicing the culture. Because back in the day, instead of fighting, we break it out. We break dance it out, right? Or we go play a game or something. I remember when 54, I'm from 57th Street. 57th Street didn't get along with 55th Street. We would meet down in the park, put our guns up, meet down in the park, and play freaking football.
So George, let's go back to
football.
Earlier, like when you said you went down to where your people's is from, and you didn't see the culture. It's like we are the culture.
Right.
That's
we embody the culture.
That's the trick bag, and the mind game that's been played on us that we don't have the culture. Like we are the culture globally.
Yep.
So then something I wanted to jump in on earlier when you guys were talking about all the street shit and Islam and all that stuff, just going back to the foundation and origin of what we believe as a people. Now, with everything that you said, and me and Top, when we were in Alabama, I told him I looked around and I was like, ain't no fucking way a white boy came here and ran through this motherfucking did a motherfucking thing. I wouldn't go in these motherfuckers.
I told that story in Atlanta. Nigga, just when we just left Atlanta.
Ain't no fucking way. Like, I move around where I'm from because I know, you know how to move around. But when I went over there, like,
it was number
my people. But
in Alabama, we're on the highest elevation, the end of the Appalachian Mountains, and it is nothing but woods. You can't even see in front of you. You in the car, it's like, who would walk through there? And they don't know where they going. They ain't got a map or nothing. You don't know what.
Oh man, that's big facts.
Then add to the mentality that George was expressing about our people and just people that look like our people. The mentality of ain't no white boy coming and doing nothing over here. It's always gonna be us from the inside. Even with that Malcolm conversation, it was somebody on the inside. Even if they didn't fire a bullet, it was on the inside. But I wanted to get to this, like, George, you're a black man, right?
Huh? Yeah.
And this is to Sanchez as well, because comment after me. But it's like, so when you say they owe us something, like you said, you went down to your people's land or where your people are from. You say your grandfather was Muskogee. And they didn't look like you. Well, this is a game that they do. They incorporate things. Everything is business. It's fictitious, as Sanchez was saying. They don't look at you as human because they can only deal in business. But when you claim to be a black man or you live as a black man and attached to these labels and terms, well, your grandfather was Muskogee. So even if, because the thing they do, a play they do is they'll take a word and they'll change a letter and incorporate it. And create a business out of it. But whether he was born on the reservation, so you have those rights. There's lands allotted to that tribe. There's monies allotted to that tribe.
Based up with with him, I got the blood. I got enough blood. I got the DNA thing.
So listen to what I'm saying. Like, and then if you go to just the original treaties and things, go on the government sites. There's grants allotted to these people. There's government funding to reestablish tribes, government, spiritual systems, to start businesses and pay employees that are hired from that culture and that demographic. So they have set everything aside for us, but we want to claim to be something that we're not, and then take ourselves back to the west coast of Africa. But they have monies set aside. They have these things set aside, and the land ain't went nowhere. We're still living on it. We just claim it, just like we don't claim our bloodline and our ancestors.
I disagree just a little bit. Let me tell you why, so you can understand. We can talk about it. I disagree because I based off of the way this paradigm is set up, right? I found out, I did the DNA testing. I found family members all throughout Florida. Like I said, I'm 62% so-called sub-Saharan African, 18% native, 20% cracker. The issue that I have is they do it based off of your how much blood you got, percentage of DNA and blood. And the average black person, so-called black person that claim it can't go claim it. They don't accept you. You see what those black Cherokees had to go through. So what I'm saying is that's our stuff. But based off the U.S. government and the people that's in power now, they, even if you claimed it, it's not for you. You can't walk in there and say I'm Muskogee and they just give it to you.
Yeah, see, that's why he's saying we gotta, like, you have your records. You know your grandfather was born on there. It never, when the treaty was signed 1866, that's the one that our ancestors put in law. No man can ever or come and change or make a law to change this. So that's cemented. So Cherokee version Nash 2017, that's how Obama was able to get them out of that money. I mean, that's how they was able to get them hundreds of millions of dollars that was owed back from the 1800s.
Right.
Now, yesterday, the Muskogee come out and say, hey, we won our case. So, but if we go back to that time, there was no Native Americans that look like these people. The chief of the Cherokee tribe today, on the Cherokee channel, they got a YouTube channel. They did his genealogy.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
Yeah, they don't know who his grandpa is. So the figure that they made, when you go back to him, there's no information on him. So he's a fictitious person to make it as if he had the bloodline to be the chief, not understanding that the first Cherokee chief was elected was William, what was his name? William something, but I showed him yesterday, but he's a YT man. And so we got, when the government gave us our shit, they gave all of the creeks 160 acres apiece. That's how you got to the Sarah Rector story. The Dawes Act came later and said, well, we gonna take it and allot it and decide who gonna be Indian, who gonna get it. Or are you too dark? Now, Sarah had a sister. She had a mom and a daddy. And she was young, like 8 years old or something. They didn't give her sister no land. They didn't give her mama no land and give her daddy no land, but they gave her land. You see how it worked? So the Mississippi Dawes, they went by, if you go on Oklahoma's page right now, Mississippi Dawes Road, they'll tell you that they looked at your skin color and the agencies decided if you were Indian or not Indian. Nothing to do with blood quantum. If you go to Oklahoma, they're not going to take your blood test. You have to be on the Dawes Roads. You know, some of the Eastern tribes do it, and it's just to get their numbers up, and it's just to get more funding from the government as you show how many people. No different than a mega church. That's a status. True, you want to touch on that? That's a status. Them niggas can use their whole membership from the Potter House at TD Jakes and create the same entity, give everybody ID cards and all that type of shit. Sure, you could just land on that part right there on far as how
that was something that I was gonna bring up as well, like claiming to be black. Like, how does anybody, even the U.S. government, they get money allotted to them based off of census numbers, welfare recipients, because that's what you are, that's what you're considered, you know. And all these immigrant groups they bring over, like, they're documented, you know, that's a body that they're responsible for. So
that's a body. Body equal bad.
So if we keep claiming their title, it's like this. What Jay-Z say, my favorite hue is Jay-Z blue. He trademark and patent that. So if we run around and say we blue in 20 years, like, then we fall under his ownership, you know, and that's what we're doing, claiming to be black. You know, that was the game, you know. So if we got our people together, our families together, and did our census, our roles, you know, and came together and had our numbers up, then we could get these, you know, funds that are allotted to us the same way. It's just we don't set up our governments. We don't even accept who we are and who our family, our bloodline is. And we fall into the trick of this Disney and Hollywood, you know, costume party that's going on and say we're not a part of the culture. I didn't see my culture. Like, the world revolves around your culture. Like, you look in the mirror and see the culture every day. You know, you live it every day. Like, and that's where we're lost as a people. You know, and that's why bloodline is so important. But yeah, Section 16, 17, incorporated tribal governments and corporations. You know, their tax
They
status.
kept, but they was
You know,
calling us.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you want to go back to the tribe or a reservation, it's set up for you to do that. You know, your grandfather was born on a reservation, but then there's also the legitimate, you know, treaties and monies allotments and land allotments that are set aside for you to claim it when you do so. But going as a black man, you don't have no rights. You'll just keep getting studied. You know,
well, they just start having court rulings in order, because they were still calling us freedmen even when we went there. They wasn't accepting us as like them like that. We was a part of it, but not part of it. The same thing.
Yeah, y'all were the slaves.
Yeah, we was the slaves. We wasn't. That's what I'm trying to say. We wasn't afforded those rights that was to all those other people. Our people still fighting for that.
Yesterday, yesterday, now they can't classify y'all as freedmen. Y'all have to be classified as citizens, the same way Cherokee, meaning that if you sign up, George, you can actually run for tribal president.
Oh, I know. Well, what happened was I found what they were doing was they were saying that you had to have 1/4 blood. That's what they were saying at first, and I don't know if they even changed that yet.
Well, it's different. It's different governmental systems. You got the Great Lakes, you got the Navajo, Dakotas, and all that shit on the west, and then you got Oklahoma. You got the East Coast too, but Oklahoma served just like Washington served DC, the capital down there. So,
but I was upset
in Oklahoma.
I was upset because they was letting them white folks come in there. They didn't have no bloodline. Most of them would do a DNA test. They ain't got they don't, based off of what they do. I'm just based off of what the system does, right? If you go by that, but they recognizing these white people, they ain't got no Native American DNA. They straight European. They German,
Irish,
Ireland. They ain't none of that.
Yeah, but see, what happened though is they came and got the charter in the 20th century. They paid for the charter and organized this group. And since we not there to represent it, raise our hand and say, "Hey, that's me," then they can, they're able to go in and say it's them. They go in and play the Indian, the Cherokee, the Seminole, and all of that shit, even though they're not. So right here, I want to do this real quick. Boom, boom, jump on this slide real quick. So this right here going through slave records. This Arkansas. When we look on here, it's gonna give you number of slave owners, and then it's gonna tell you how many number of slaves. You know that everybody got one slave, and then you come over here to the color of them. All of them gonna have B's going. You got an M for mulatto. Mm-hmm. Now we come over here, Mississippi, same thing, 1 B's. We come over here, we in Mississippi again. They go at Virginia right here. You're gonna see your I's and your M's, Indians, mulattoes. Right here, we got Fred Goble. This nigga was a Choctaw. His enslaved people. You got a male 30, female 14, 10. But these gonna be his children when you dig deeper. Right here, Virginia, same situation. We go to Texas, Tyler, Texas. Everybody, number of slaves, 1. Slave master gonna be under B. And yeah, the color of slave master, there you go. B is going all the way down. Now let me skip all the way down here. Boom, 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 boom. Bounce out this. Notice when they talk about Seminoles, Indians, these are Seminole Indians in Texas. This is the Seminole Scouts. So we have real pictures of them, but when they talk about Seminoles, them niggas draw cartoons. So let me bounce all the way down here. Because right here, the government and the military forces in Canada, the United States, made plain Indian culture groups, archetype, and literature for art for Native Americans everywhere. So that's why this shit here that they went through, this is us, Treaty of Fort Lorme, put them on the reservation. They fought against the Buffalo Soldiers, Battle of Bow Valley. This was the last one. The 10th Cavalry Regiment ran through them, but we did them a favor because they down there starved. The Dakotas right here, served at Fort Randall. After all the wars that they fought with us, the Buffalo Soldiers, just Indians coming out the Southeast, they were put on plantations. So that's why they don't like us to this day. But let me get down here real quick to what I wanted to say. This is another one. When they came to school, when they were sent to Hampton University, these are Native Americans being there. These are the teachers, and look at the students. You feel me? So they learning from us. All right. These the niggas that's going there. Now this right here going to us showing them how to do basket making. This the report of the superintendent of Indian schools. So it's telling about what curriculums they gonna run. So that basket making and all that shit they said that they've been doing, no, that shit gonna come from us. Let me come down here and I'm gonna end it. This right here, when you see this, they say this is Seminoles, but these are Little Brown Brothers, St. Louis World Fair. These are Philippines that lost the Spanish-American War 1898-1902, and they was brought over here. These are World Fairs. They built villages and put them in it. Right here, that's why the name of it is called Playing Indian, Playing Filipino, Native Americans and Filipinos at the Carlisle Indian School. Okay, so Brown Brothers today, Mexicans say Brown Pride, not even understanding that Howard Taft put that on them. So right here, they'll tell you these are the Seminoles, but this 20th century. But when we go look at it, and I got this picture right here straight out of the reservation when I went down there. This is a village in Chicago World Fair. So when all the pictures we see are villages, but let me get down here real quick. Even the alligator wrestling. The first alligator was in St. Augustine. That was in St. Augustine. And now, they just switched it from us to them. But this nigga here is Billy Osceola. Notice this. He was born 1920. He's the first elected chief of the Seminoles. Now, we know the Seminoles go back to 1816 and shit. And this nigga was the first elected chief. And then you're going to see him get busy. So he was put on by Protestants. You had what's called a new Indian deal by Roosevelt. A new deal for these Indians. William Keeler, who is he? He was the first elected principal chief of the Cherokee Nation in the 20th century. So they took the process of it going through traditionally by blood to a electoral system that modeled the U.S. Government, and they started putting in people. And when they started putting them in, they started being incorporated, and that's how white people get in. They didn't pay $5. They incorporated these tribes or charters and incorporated them into tribes, and they're just using them as a status, and they're getting the benefits because we're not collectively, going after those. So, yeah, bars.
even like to say like, black people and reparations. Like I used to bring this up back in the day, but like the Jews, like they've offered, Georgetown has a whole website just for genealogy, give you the names of the people for their part in the slave trade, any businesses, universities, insurance companies that have benefited from it. They give you the names and how to connect yourself to these people, genealogy, bloodline, so you can get paid for these injuries that were done. But everybody looking to the west coast of Africa, they ain't looking for the intra-American slave trade, the Indians that were traded all over, the country. I have a document, and the California governor, had them do research on all the injuries and, things that were done to the Indian in California. Speaks on all dates, everything, got everything. It's from, I got off California.gov, but gives you all the shit, how they brought the militias cross county lines to whack the men of the tribes, take on guardianship of the children and the women, the heirs, you know, to get property rights and things like that. Like they tell you, they give you all this stuff, but we keep trying to attach ourselves to this story. I'm gonna say it's not my story. I'm not gonna say it's not everyone's story, but so to everything that you're saying, we as a people, it's like we have to attach back to our family, our bloodline, which is our story, and stop trying to attach to history, because that's not everyone's story, and that's not where your reparations and for your injuries comes from. It's like we're looking in the wrong place. And they give you everything, and they have been trying to give you these things that we seek, or we say that they owe us. Like it's all there.
Well, see, I disagree with that. When you say they've been trying to give it to us, they
well, you can go on Georgetown website. I'll find it and give you the link. The Jews have offered reparations and the documents, because we always, it's our favorite thing to say, we don't have the documents. No, but they give you all the documents, all that to connect yourself.
I get that part. That's not my argument I'm making. What I'm saying is, when like, I'm trying to pull a picture of my aunt real quick down in Florida. When I was doing my research, because my aunt, she got her paperwork, right? My aunt, my great aunt just passed away. She got her. They all have their paperwork under the Muskogee Nation. They had that DNA crap. When most black people say, "Hey, I'm Native American," you can. My grandmother told me they had that fake ass DNA system in there to nullify us being part of them. That's why we had to work so hard and go on the records to try so hard to prove it. Because us do DNA and go back to Africa. So
right, they go back to what Sanchez was saying about eugenics.
Yeah,
eugenics gonna trickle down into the Human Genome Project, which started the DNA shit, mitochondrial out of Africa, 1987.
But all of that was set in place. All of that wasn't by happenstance or by mistake. They did that on purpose, because when the actual people who rights are afforded to them, and it's the land, they can say, "Well, man, no, you ain't there. You a freedman. Well, you can get a little bit of the stuff, but you ain't really us. You ain't us," and they still doing that now. That's why I'm saying the Cherokees had to fight so hard. So what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying, but it's not as easy as just that. They not trying to give us shit. They want us to stay stupid. They went out of their way to socially engineer us into being stupid.
No, but if you know, they can't take it away from you. If you got the proof, they can't take it away from you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You got to get
treaty. Constitution is the highest form of law here, but treaty law trumps it. So treaty law is really important, so they try to keep us away from the treaties. Like the Ottawa having problems up there talking about they not honoring the treaties, but it was a clause in the treaties and they not understanding that they didn't sign it. So we don't have to give it to you because you have no connection to it. And so a lot of tribes are figuring this out. It went viral. What was that, in Coney Island or something? Somewhere up there in the East Coast. It just went viral. They didn't get, the Indians in there crying, talking about what they weren't getting in the U.S. and they ain't getting shit because they ain't real Indians.
Because people starting to come into the knowledge now. They didn't have, a lot of people didn't have the knowledge. So, and that's what I'm saying, because behind the scenes, I ain't come online just doing like talking. I like a lot of people talking. I was just looking because for me, what was intriguing was when I first met you online and was talking to you, I didn't do no DNA. I didn't do none of that shit. I took it because my wife just said, let's just take it just to see what's on there. When I looked at that shit, I didn't think that was going to say what it said. And then watching y'all videos, that made me start asking questions because I remember what my grandmom said. So I looked on my dad's side first, and then I looked on my mom's side. Now I knew that I had some because I got a Cuban grandma, but I didn't know that my grandfather was born on that down there on that stuff, and that the family.
Florida and Cuba was one and the same. Florida, Cuba, South Bahamas. Yeah, what you call them, red over there in the Bahamas Island. That's where the Seminoles and a lot of them tribes that came out of South Carolina and shit went. That's why the Gullah Geechee and niggas out of Nassau, Bahamas, them niggas sound exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
They talk the same.
Facts.
Same people.
There's like, I work at a rock quarry. I work in a rock quarry. 3M owns the mining rights, but I work for a company that, you know, we're contracted. So 3M we just signed another 10-year contract with 3M to mine, you know, this mount. So it might get loud right now because I'm getting loaded, but something I learned just recently with this, like 3M, every so often they bring in trees and shrubbery and things from a nursery and they plant it on the mountain that we're fucking up, and then they reclaim mining rights. You know, they reclaim the land because it's something new, because we changed it so much from mining it. They put vegetation on it and then reclaim it, you know. But it popped in my, it was like, that shit is crazy. Like, that's the same thing they do with niggas, you know. Like, went from whatever you were to African American, Negro, colored. They just keep rebranding you and reclaiming the rights, you know, of these people, you know. And it's just wild. I just wanted to throw that out because I just learned that, you know, just recently they just did it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's a trip.
But that's why I was giving you just some pushback, not to say that what you were saying was wrong. It's just that what you're saying now, they go out of their way to reclassify and undo and twist shit around, so that way when you do come with information, they try to dance and mosey around it because they don't want you to have it. They don't have it set up for you to get it, because if that was the case, they would have made it easy for you to get it. They don't want you to have it. We just start to do our due diligence to force them to give it to us.
Yeah, but I mean, even with that, like, there's government side, they have it for the immigrants, you know, genealogy shit. You could pay them and they'll give you like, there's all kind of ways, but I mean, you should know who your mom and dad is, you know, and you shouldn't stray away from that, you know. The books tell you honor thy mothers and fathers, you know. So if you're not going to do it, why am I going to do it when I'm living off you? I'm benefiting from you not knowing. So yeah, keep sending your kid to my school so I can teach him who he's not, you know. Yeah. So I can keep benefiting. I mean, that's the game. But all I'm saying is, don't let go of what you know your grandfather was, what you know your bloodline is, because this Disney Hollywood, you know, character isn't looking like you are the culture. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with you 100%. I'm definitely with you on that. 100% agree. But that's why I went out of my way to go look and find out. I'm trying to find a picture of my aunt down there on the plantation. I can't find it on my damn phone. Well, my aunt. And she was the one she was the one told me stay away from them damn white folks. Because but when you go down to Florida and down southern parts of Georgia, you got Black Native Americans that got their own communities, even though it ain't recognized separate from the white folks. So, Topcatz, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, shout out to shout out to Gullah Origins, shout out to them Georgia boys down there. You know, tied in bloodline.
Yeah, damn, why I can't find this joint? This is crazy, man. Where's my picture of my family, man? Hold on, I'm looking through my phone real quick. I'm gonna find this shit, man. I got my cousins died. They came up here to a funeral. So yeah, it's there. Like, all that stuff is there. One of my aunties, and I don't know why she cut her hair and shit, because her hair was long as hell. And they still live down there in Florida. But she had told me, leave them white folks, don't go down there, right? Leave them white folks alone. They ain't us. So
Sanchez, you got something you want to add to the bill?
Wait a minute, I'm gonna find.
Yeah, I got a question for real, some questions for y'all. What was going on in like parts of this continent, like Canada and shit like that, like during these indigenous times? Like, did we have tribes that extend all the way up into what would we call Canada today? I'm just curious about that.
Nah, that's a fact. So Canada played a huge part. Canada So you got Nova Scotia, Halifax, Birchtown. All of these were towns where the Prince Hall Masons eventually started coming into, and the Micmac Indians were in that area. But it's gonna kind of jump off in Canada first against the Algonquins. I mean the Iroquois.
Yeah.
French. Now Canada was part of the French Empire. They had empires. You see how they say they had empires down the Mississippi. They had empires in Haiti. They had empires in the Congo. All of these French territories in different ports, from New Orleans to Galveston Island to Charleston, South Carolina. They had these ports. Now, after 1763 French and Indian War, they'll lose all of their trading ports over to the British. So southern Scotland will now become British Quebec or Nova Scotia, New Scotland, things of this nature. But it was an empire, and it was part of what's called the French Empire at that time. So Canada played a huge role. And the Great Lakes region is different because they had different people coming out of there. But you did have the Acadians and different things like this move down to Mississippi into Louisiana, get your Cajuns. And they say the nigga that founded Chicago was a Haitian, but he's really a nigga coming out of the French Empire. Yeah, so Canada did play a huge part. After the Revolutionary War, that shit kind of died down because, they went to war with them in Canada. It was New England tribes right off the coast of them, upper New York, Rhode Island, Long Island, out of there, fight niggas coming out of their Canada region.
Let me ask you another thing too. Earlier you was talking about like how the white folks infiltrated into these governments and stuff. You was pulling up some slides and stuff. What you was saying about the Protestants or whatever, how much was the religious aspect? How big of an influence was that into these people infiltrate? Like
it was everything, because it's gonna start off of religion. So certain territories was marked by religion. So we'll take Florida after 1565. We know the Catholic friars and Franciscans come down there. You have New Orleans at one point. You got Texas at one point. But it's gonna play a major role because the Protestants are going to go against the Catholic Church. That's come from Martin Luther, 1517. Once they switch, you have John Calvinists. You're going to go through what's called the Calvinists, or the 30-Year War, and those people will be called the Huguenots, or we'll know them as the Protestants. The Protestants became what we know today as the Baptists. So, it played a major role. So even if you go to school, either you're going to go to public school, which is ran by the Protestants, the idea come from the Quakers, or you're gonna go to Catholic school. So it played a major part, like Charleston in South Carolina. That was only for Protestants. Anybody Protestant can fall under that, but if you was Catholic, you was an enemy. And that's what it was, them coming through the back trails, robbing niggas in South Carolina, running back down into Florida, because they were Protestant and they weren't welcome down there. So it was just like Crips and Blood, but it meant everything. Your allegiance to what religion would determine if your ass was gonna be around or not, or if they had enough muscle to push you out, you'll be pushed out. But religion is what started it. Catholic versus the Protestants, and then you got the Church of England from King. What was his name? King George, I want to say. What you call him, daddy? Mary, Queen of Scots, and Elizabeth, daddy. Henry, my bad. Henry went against him because he wanted polygamy. He wanted a boy. He ended up killing his wives and shit. And he started the Church of England, to break away because he wanted to do poly. So you got a lot of Church of England niggas coming out of Delaware and out of them New England parts. So yeah, it was religion was everything. Territory, all of that type of shit. So yeah, they were very instrumental. But it all started off that no different than gang banging.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I like to pick your brain, man. It's all when I come over here, I just be a student. I got a couple of more for you real quick since there's nobody else on the panel grabbing the flow. This one here kind of on some tinfoil hat right here. What do you think about the Grand Canyon civilizations and what exactly the Grand Canyon could have been, if you think it's man-made or like any of your Grand Canyon theories or whatever? Yeah, salutes, bro.
All right, I'll say this. I actually just came from the Grand Canyon this year. So when you get in there, as soon as you pull up, it's gonna be a line of police convoy. They gonna stop you. Do you have any guns, drugs, alcohol, drones in the car? Your phone gonna immediately shut off to SOS. Immediately. And so
they do something to shut your phone off.
Soon as you get in, soon as you pull up, as soon as you pull in that motherfucker, your phone going on SOS. Unless you got Starlink. Nah, real talk. So then you park, you walk up to the place and you pay. And it's $65 to $75 to get in, each person. Now, they say it's an Indian nation that run it. They got some cheap ass buses. Now, another thing a lot of people don't tell you, you have to stand in the line and wait for the bus to pick you up and drive you to, it's 3 sites that they'll take you to. And now you're not free to roam. They're gonna pick you up and take you to the places they're gonna let you see. So when I got there, automatically I felt like it was a military operation. You could just feel it. This bitch is shut down. It's a lot of signs on the gate say no drones. And then on top of that, once you go into the place, you have to get a locker to put your phones up, cameras, shit like that. Because you can't take a picture out there. But they say it's because they don't want you to lose valuable items. But they have cameramen and camera women out there who you can pay for them to take you a picture. That type of shit, Sanchez. So
for money and shit, yeah.
Yeah, and it's $60, and goddamn it. When I was there, it was about 200 people in the line, and shit. But the tribe is poor, so who the money going to? Because damn sure ain't going to the tribe. But I say this here: do I feel like it's man-made? Yes, and the reason why is because I have footage. So when I'm pulling up to it, I stop, and you can see the blocks. The blocks that's on it are perfectly. I'm talking about these hoes are perfect cubes. They are. It's not one big rock. It is perfect. It's cubes, perfectly positioned in a certain space. And I had a video to show everybody. Man, I just got to catch up because I ain't even heard much shit from last year. But that's something that stuck out to me. I'm like, hold on. This is not one big ass rock. This is indivisible blocks literally placed. I mean, it is perfect symmetry, perfect mathematics. So that's my personal experience. But I will say it ain't that much that you can get out of going. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had to go first before I can tell the people them if we'll do a trip there. So I went. It's not worth it because they only gonna show you what they allow you to see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because they got these Grand Canyon tours they do up out of Vegas. And it's like this one section of the Grand Canyon where they've been letting Americans see for years out of how big it is. And it's like unexplored and it's right in our backyard. That's why I got so many like mysterious questions and stuff about it, because they have found hollow spots and little caves with old writings and different language
pictures and shit like that. Yeah. I followed this guy. It's a white boy, man. He called something nature, get something shit like that. But he be camping in the Grand Canyon and he find all kind of shit. He be out there with his drone, he a hiker, and he just found some petroglyphs and some images and shit. But they don't look human though. I ain't gonna lie. Them pictures don't look human. I'm gonna keep it gangster. Them
you'll find a lot of crazy, exaggerated, human-like figures in South and Mesoamerica, all that. Yeah, I come across a lot of those.
They got arms and all of that type of shit, but how they depict them and how they drawing, for y'all to be master masons, how y'all can scope some shit, but they put those pictures out. You know,
let me share my screen again real quick. I want to show you something real fast.
Yeah, that's something to pay attention to. But now, Sanchez, what I seen with my own eyes, I think that shit was man-made. And those holes and tunnels make me feel like people were hiding from a threat to keep it gangster.
And you know something? I've been to the Grand Canyon, but I've been on like driving myself coming from the east to the west. But one thing I say is this: I went to Colorado, took a trip to Colorado, and all of the mountain come from off the Rockies, and it take this perfectly dredged path, right, and it end up into you know what I'm saying, the whole Grand Canyon end up in Lake Mead, all that,
Colorado,
and it make me
shit,
make me think that this was man-made to way like a part of history where we had machinery to dredge this whole thing out. Like I was thinking about that, but that's just a theory. I'm gonna fall back.
They got a place down in Mexico, look just like the Grand Canyon, but it's 8 times the size of it.
Wait a minute.
It's right under Arizona.
I heard that.
Yeah, it's 8 times the size of the Grand Canyon. But yeah, I feel like looking out there, man, when you, like you say, driving through there, there's no agriculture. The grass don't grow. Nothing grows there. And I'm like, something happened here. There's no grass, no agriculture, so you can't have cattle because they can't eat the grass. Ain't no grass to eat, so you can't raise chickens or none of this shit. I'm like, what are they eating then? But that shit there, that earth is demolished. That ground, you can't grow shit out of it.
Here it again, Top. I'm gonna see. All right, there we go. This is one of my first cousins, right? She down there in Florida too. She got her paperwork and everything though. She got more Native American blood than I do.
She look like Indian.
Yeah, all the way. She got all her paperwork. Yeah, that's my first cousin. She got all her paperwork and everything. She went and did all the stuff. I didn't do it because I didn't really want to be around all the white folks like that. But she went and got it. She came up north 2023 to a funeral. But they all down there in Florida. I'm gonna show her my other cousin. Let me see. My older cousin. I don't know why. How do I get this to switch over to the next picture?
See, this is a question like I have. Like, so she did all her paperwork and to attach herself to the tribe, but it's like, why didn't you do it? Or
because I didn't want. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why right now. I'm gonna show. Let me take this out and reshare it again. I'm gonna show you my older cousin. You know, back in the day, you know, our older cousins we call aunts, right? They're like our aunts.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna show you right now. Her right here. If you show it now, I think you gotta share it now. So you can come up. Yeah, and this is just recent. This is just recent at a party that we had right here. You know, she got her hair. She just cut her hair. Her hair was long. As long. This is this is her mom, right? She don't really want to be affiliated. She didn't really want to be affiliated with them white folks like that because that's not our people, and they're not giving. They have their own little groups off to the side that look like us. Now she got like the face and everything, and the hair and everything, but she black. Or you know, she's not them Asian look. She's not them Asian people, right? We have that admixture and all that kind of stuff, but no, she's not them people. So and when during her time when they was trying to get in, they wasn't accepted. They was racist as hell. They wasn't accepted, and they still are. My cousin went and got it just so she can get certain benefits and stuff like that. But most of my family, they're not really associated with them, and they got every right to get it, but they don't want to be associated with them because everything that they took us through to get it.
Yeah, nah, the same. I want my own shit.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to be under them. We had a right to create our own shit, and you know we got the history, we got all of the documents, the names in the books and shit, all our grave sites. There's historical markers in Texas, so
my cousin got
to argue with them hoes.
My cousin, the one I showed you, she got 32%. on that damn crazy ass DNA test. But the thing is,
you're 100% of what your mama and daddy was. You're 100%, but you're 100% of what your mama and daddy was.
Yeah,
what your grandma and grandpa was. So
I get that.
Just like that tribe, like.
But see, what I'm saying is, you're putting out to the people. You could just walk in and say, "Hey, here you go." They don't do it. It's not done like that for us. That's what I'm trying to say. That don't work like that. You ain't walking in just with your papers because my family done it. They still take you through the ringer.
They gonna run
like that, man. That's what I'm trying to say. It ain't that like the way you putting it out there.
Now, some of them North tribes, they'll go by your last name and sign you up, but they just trying to get numbers. You know what I'm saying? They just trying to get numbers on their shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they ain't really. Yeah, they just want the numbers.
Or if you got some money, like what's the guy who mine was part of the tribe, Kyrie Irving. Oh yeah, they gonna accept you. Absolutely, you got some money, you can make them look good. Yeah, they bring you in, they accept you. All I'm saying, I'm not saying, brother, that you saying what you saying and you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying that because obviously, if you're speaking on it, you got knowledge of what you're talking about. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is certain, because all tribes ain't the same as far as acceptance. But when you deal with the Muskogee, man, them people that was running that was racist as hell, man. And they was referring to us as freedmen. Even when you walk in, when you got all the features and everything, the long hair, all that stuff, that brown skin, all that, man. They niggas. Y'all belong over there in that corner at that table. That's the way they operate, man. And you got to go through a whole bunch of stuff to get in there. If I walked in looking like a damn Mexican Chinaman, yeah. So no, man, they don't care if you had a grandfather born on that thing or he was a freedman. It's just a bunch of bullshit at times. That's all I'm saying. Now it may be different in different places, so I can't say you wrong.
My point in bringing it up is that everything, like why I asked you, you identify as black, you know, and you told me, yeah. So you're having issues with what black are owed and all that stuff, what your people are owed. But your first cousin is registered in the tribe, you know, that you say your grandfather is from. And I was just giving an example that even if you want to be a part of that incorporated tribe, you have the means and they give you the means to do it because your first cousin is, you just stated. But even if you, like I came to Top, you know, and talked to him, you know, as a man, just had questions about what I have many tribes in me, you know, documented by blood, you know. I didn't know, but I got my family back together on my own, you know, my younger cousin, like 3 generations, you know, and elders gave me the keys and you know, keep handing down knowledge, you know, but it's like, do I go register and take my family to the tribe, you know, or because Congress and BIA also give you another route and they have people to help you structure and get your shit right, you know, to go and present it, you know, so, and do your own thing. So you don't have to be, but you already proved that your first cousin is registered, your grandfather is a part, and that's the only reason I keep bringing it up, you know. Are these tribes and these people the issue that don't look like you? or is it just us as a people don't accept our bloodline and who we are and the culture that we see every day? Like we dismiss
It's
it,
the
and
tribes.
you get what I'm saying?
No, it's the tribes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because we already know that a lot of our people have been socially engineered and misdirected, and a lot of it ain't their fault. It's the way that the education system has been passed down. But they're like my aunt had her paperwork. A lot of them got kicked out, or they wasn't getting the resources. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not. Every group is different. But some of these groups are racist as hell, and you got white people running this stuff. They're not accepting us.
Most of them racist.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, once we come in,
99.9% of them bitches racist.
once we come in, and then the masses of black people start waking up, they don't want that. They might sprinkle a couple of us, but they don't want 10,000 of us running over there now saying, "Oh, you got it? Oh, let me run over there." And a lot of our people first Topcatz will run over just for the benefits, not even realizing that they're actually those people. So there's a lot of red tape that come with that. That's all I'm saying. Because a lot of my family my elders had their paperwork. They got kicked out. They trying to re-enlist, get back in, but my elder, like, screw them.
Yeah, 69, 79, they cut a lot of people out. Took their chicks, stopped coming out, that shit. Sanchez dipped out, but this is what I wanted to show him. He was talking about Colorado. This me right here in Colorado at Red Rock.
Peace.
This shit
tapping in.
Man, I don't know. That shit
your
is so old.
Territory, you feel me?
I'm talking about so old.
Home of the gods.
And I'm gonna tell you a cold story. So I'm walking up further and further. I hear footsteps. And so I look up, it's a white boy coming down. He said, "Hey, be careful. They got mountain lions out today." I say, "What?" He said, "Yeah, we've been getting a lot of rain, so they probably be hungry." Shit, I turned my nigga ass right back around. I was trying to catch up with him. Nigga, slow down. Yeah, nigga, fuck you, man. You just seen a motherfucking big cat. I'm finna get my ass from away from here.
You know, when you're talking about civilizations.
Hey, when you stop doing that, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something that's gonna blow your mind.
But they call it the New World. After 1492, when the Europeans discovered the Americas, it was something called the Columbia Exchange happened, where they took plants and they took different foods from the Americas and went and fed the whole planet. These are things now, how could somebody new be able to feed and heal the whole planet? When you come here, I want y'all to check this beautiful mound out right here. But as you look around, this mound's all out.
Hey, Topcatz, share my screen for a minute. I got fucking tears in my eyes, man. Y'all don't even understand, bro. Share my screen for a minute. Hold on, let me man, y'all don't get it, man. Like a lot of people.
I remember the first day we met each other.
A lot of people be on here, and like I know my family stuff. A lot of people. This happened today. This happened just today. People don't know what people be going through. A lot of times people be on here for entertainment.
That's what I was just talking about, right?
People, show your family, show your records. Stop, like show your land, show where your people come from. On my channel, I got all of that stuff on there. I don't just talk, but this is what I'm talking about, right here. And I'm tearing up because I wish my auntie was alive to see this shit because she was part of this bullshit that they did, man. Like a lot of y'all don't be knowing what y'all talking about, man. Most Muskogee Nation Supreme Court rules freemen are citizens. This just happened today.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up.
In the groundbreaking decision, the Muskogee Nation Supreme Court ruled that Creek freemen are tribal citizens. We can just go by the term Creek, said attorney Demario Solomon Simmons. Just watch this, right? Just to let us know who we are, right? And I'm gonna go down here, right? They applied for citizenship in 2019, but was denied because their relatives were on the Dawes Freeman roll and not the blood rolls. I know what I'm talking about. This is my shit. Can't nobody tell me nothing about mine, right? Their attorneys argue citizenship is granted to the freemen through the Treaty of 1866, right, between the Muskogee Nation and the U.S. government. on July 23rd, the Muskogee Nation Supreme Court agreed. I appreciate that the Supreme Court, I just appreciate the Supreme Court for looking at the law and applying the law as written, Solomon said, right? I want to get to what he said about it. Okay.
Yeah,
he said, he says his great-great-great-grandfather helped negotiate the Treaty of 1866 between, see, this is what I'm saying, right? People talk about what these was just slaves, they were freemen. How the fuck his grandfather helped negotiate the goddamn treaties? How was he? That means he in position of power. He running something there.
Yeah,
so George, I'm not questioning who you are or anything you've done. Like I'm asking questions, to stimulate thought with you, and I learn from everybody, But with what you're posting, that only exists because people like your family or your blood or that look like us participated in the tribe, and that's all I'm getting to. They participated in that. You get what I'm saying? They participated in it. You can't get no results if you don't participate.
No, but see, you missing my point. I'm not saying that we didn't. What I'm saying is, up until now, it was pointless to do it because they wasn't letting us in like that. You had to go through so much, and then my family had a bad taste in their mouth because they had land. They had it was a lot of things that was taken from them. So that's what I'm saying.
You got a lot of people who say they don't want to go back.
I'm tearing up when I'm talking about this because what I'm saying is
down here they got a saying. They say I've been kicked out of better places. So a lot of niggas down here they ain't trying to go rush to jump back in there. Yeah, and what they gonna fuck over niggas? They only gonna give it to certain people that have been there because they built the community. Since Sheila Jackson Lee, they got all them people represented. Solomon Simmons, he been working with them people. You got on the other side for the Cherokee, the Freemen, and the Seminoles. You got what's that lady name? Her family were the largest slave owners of the Cherokee. Her name will come to me. But a lot of these people has been acting as Reverend Al Sharpton, motherfucking Ben Crump, Lee Merritt. They've been in the way holding them positions because they bloodline do go back to it. And yes, they are getting something, but we're not. But I want you to see right there, say 1866 treaty from the Muskogee and federal government. And in 1979, like I was just saying, Muskogee Nation Constitution added a citizenship clause saying members had to have relatives on the blood road.
I'll tell you what they did. Why it took so long to get this. What they did was you could have a grandfather whose blood on the rolls. What they would go and say, man, he ain't in the blood rolls, he on the dogs rolls. And we like, well, wait a minute, no, he was born here. They was playing games. So a lot of people, the elders got kicked out, even though they was on those blood rolls. So what they did was they removed the blood rolls.
Yeah, they stopped the chicks out of this shit.
Yeah, the blood rolls is shenanigans because they know, listen, somebody can go down there and they can be direct those people, but because they've used that fake ass faulty DNA, it's gonna say your ass come from Ghana. No, you didn't, nigga. You come from Georgia. You know what I mean? So they playing games. So they remove. So it says the Supreme Court order removes the blood provisions in the Muskogee Constitution. And now the door is open.
Yeah, because they've been going off of 1941 that a letter that a politician wrote, and so that's the Muskogee and Choctaw Hardest argument is a letter wrote by a nigga in 1941, but they go back to the 1866 treaty where it says no man or woman can ever come and change or make laws to undo this. So our ancestors ain't crazy by far. They put it in there when they made an agreement with the U.S. after they won the Civil War. All right, this is what we gonna get y'all. We're gonna get y'all own land to go do what y'all want. And then you got all of them what they call freedmen towns set up and communities set up from 1865 going on now that were very prosperous.
What
but
they did,
they put it in the clause that no man or woman can ever come back and make a law to overturn this. And that nigga there is damn near low-key agent. I really don't fuck with homie like that. That nigga there that missed. He done lost more than Benjamin Crump. Benjamin Crump, what, like 11 and 1? I mean, 1 and 11 out of cases. And then he on the new case.
Now I'm gonna go get my. I'm gonna go put in for my paperwork now. Now I'm gonna do it because I got the blood work.
Now he always say now. I guess now
I was told by my family, leave him alone. Leave it alone. And they explained to me why. My older cousin, she went and got it, but my elders and them was like, no, fuck them. They had a bad taste in their mouth because of what they did.
Same shit with my family. So I get it.
Yeah, so now but what's going to happen now though, because they're removing the blood rolls, it's going to open up the door for a lot of our people to go check out things now. When you start doing the paperwork and finding your family, even if you indoctrinated, because like I said, I was a hardcore Pan-African, black first, and still had that mentality.
Yeah, B1.
Right? But I still had that mentality. But you know, one thing that can't be taken away, who I am is who I am. My family is what it is. So now I'm learning another part of who I actually am. And I'm doing the research and I'm finding out, okay, cool. Well, this is what they taught me, but this is who my family is. So now I'm getting it. How many other people's going to start waking up and getting it now that they remove the blood?
Right now, so that's why I got to give you credit, because like you say, when we first met, we used to go back and forward. Like, man, what is you saying? And to see how, and then you just popped up one day and put it shit together yourself, for as the cotton becoming king and Fort Mims horseshoe being.
I read that stuff.
And finding family saying, damn, these niggas was already on the land who got enslaved to pick this cotton and work these fields. And so, yeah, you start putting it together by yourself and see, we here 4-5 years later, and a lot of this shit making sense. Not only that, but nigga, you got the news on the screen, the news of the day.
That's
really,
what I'm saying.
this was the
time. See, the funny thing is I had already knew that my pops and them was Muskogee, and my family, when I go down there, they immersed still inside of the culture, but I understood what they was doing. I had already had the knowledge. I didn't know everything though. I just knew mostly being raised up here up north, pro-black, black first, back to Africa, all that stuff, right? But as you start to teach, learn more, you start to study, and I start saying, well, wait a minute. People be online talking this stuff. Man, I know my granddaddy is that. Like, they was on here, you know, talking to Indian stuff. I never really was into it, but I knew who my family was. So I said, well, shit, I can go down on the land and I could do videos on the land like I did on my channel. I can go do the videos on the land.
Yeah, you'll probably go viral on TikTok out there.
Yeah, I can do all that stuff, but I didn't know. What I'm saying was, when I started seeing black people do it and it was a thing, I said, well, damn, they doing this and they over here arguing about Pan-African and Indian and you ain't this. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute. My family is right there doing that shit. I can bring my family up and we look like a mixture of me and then my cousins I showed you. All of us look like this, from me to them. That's what we look like. And then my granddaddy and then the family all down there. So it was just like, it was always an argument in the fight. So I listened to a lot of stuff behind the scenes. But then when you mentioned the Red Sticks, that intrigued me that time when y'all was doing the stream, because I had already knew about that stuff when I was talking to my family. I knew that was the Muskogee and this fight between the Muskogee and Creek and all that kind of stuff. That was in the family. They talked about it. That's why my elder aunt, she don't like them people because they was racist and they kicked them out. Now they got to be forced to let them back in.
Yeah.
So I know this is my story on my mom's side of the father's side of the family. That's why I be trying to tell people, like, when people see me turn up and get angry, my anger is because I didn't mention all this stuff, but my anger is stuff that I know behind the scenes. Like, they was denying us shit, man. They're lying.
They tell you right there, 1979, Muskogee Creek National Constitution to be unlawful and void. The matter is remained to Appellate Citizenship Board, who is directed to apply the Treaty 1866 and issue citizenship to the respondents and any other future applicants who is able to establish a lineal descent on the creek by Blood Dogs Road.
Oh, it's about to be on and popping, bro. Y'all, you wouldn't believe down in Florida and Alabama, southern part of Georgia, how many people been waiting for this, man. Thousands been waiting for this.
Nah, this big news, man. I think Yeah, I'm gonna talk about this, and I'm gonna go back years where it first jumped out. We even had some Indians go down there and meet Sheila Jackson leading them down in Washington D.C. when they was holding the meeting, saying, "Hey, y'all need to give us the money, X out the freedmen," and the goddamn they were saying no. But we had some real Indians go down there and talk to them directly. Sheila Jackson Lee told them to get their shit together and then come holler at her. But all they been doing is collecting niggas' genealogy and proof and using it against them. Yeah, get out. Oh, this nigga got good records, and then use it against them. That's why I say I think that nigga there borderline agent, cause nigga, you got all the proof in the world. You got niggas who still speak the language, niggas who coming there with their family history, genealogies tied to the treaties, names on the treaties, and you can't do nothing with that. That's like having a court-appointed lawyer. And nigga, you working with the state. I got too much evidence prove that I'm innocent, but you still can't beat the case.
See, the Europeans, when the government, they called themselves Misvoki. They changed it to the Creek and recognized the Creek, but they wasn't Creek, they was Muskogee. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that they did, they recognized and they pushed out. So you're gonna have a whole bunch of people, but now I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. A lot of these, the church and a lot of these Pan-African and African way of thinking, they're gonna come in and try to run interference. And the Europeans gonna give them all the access that they can, because they're gonna keep trying to find ways to push the goalposts back, because they're gonna have to. Because what happens now, once they open up the door to this, now we get into
like everybody else gonna come in, and the niggas that feel like they've been on the front line deserve more. I'm gonna tell you,
go ahead.
We called down there. Me and Trees called on three-way, and we said, "Hey, listen, we got a community on the internet. It's thousands of us. How can we help?" On my dead mama, the lady said, "You can. We're working with the NAACP." And she named another organization. And she said, if y'all want to help us, y'all can help by donating to the cause. And the bitch gave me all of the links to where I can goddamn me donate financially to them. And we like, hey, she shock tie. My family, they got records from the Dawes Road. And she ain't trying to hear none of that shit. She say, nigga, we plugged in with the NAACP and I can email you the link if you want to support financially.
I'm gonna say this if I go, but see, this is the thing. The reason why the government is going to back them into running interference, because now we get into land rights. See, this is a problem, because those, like you said, those treaties got to stand. So now, if you take away the blood rolls and now are starting to allow us in, now we want to come in. We want the land that you took from us. My grandfather or such and such owned this. Such and such married into this. These land rights are supposed to be afforded to my great-great-grandmother, which was taken, and then you reclassified us and called us this. We went around calling ourselves black. Hey, this 200 acres belong to me. It's great. Get it real ugly. It's going to be a lot of court battles, bro, because people, listen. People already, there's a lot of people that already got their paperwork. They know who their great-great-grandmothers was, their great-great-grandfathers. They know the land that was taken from them. When you open up the door and allow them in and recognize them as this, now you got to recognize the whole enchilada. You got to recognize the whole thing. Oh, yeah, we need that back. Oh, y'all trying to build what? Oh, no, I don't know if y'all going to be able to build that stadium over there because that belonged to us. Well, what you mean? Yeah, well, we recognize now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem.
Damn near the whole Oklahoma was ours.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna go through that information tomorrow. I'm gonna bring it back to 2021 and on up.
I can open up and talk more now because there's a lot more coming in my family, stuff that I talk to with my family online about. And I'm gonna tell you too, early on, I really, because I was so hardcore pro-Black Pan-African because of the way I was raised, I wasn't really comfortable talking about this stuff online at first.
Nigga, I remember. I remember.
and then for me, because I got a Cuban grandmother, and a lot of these blacks say, "Oh, you ain't black," and I'm like, yes,
man, do you know who the Cubans are?
I said, what are you talking about?
We the Cubans, nigga. That was terror. These are empire. People got short minds, and they just look at from the world from their experiences. Mm-hmm. You know, like I said the analogy earlier, life is like a book, and those that don't travel only read one page. And so if they don't know the history of America, they don't know that the Indians that came out of Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, went into Cuba. Yeah, that was their domain. They ran it. It's 90 miles from Miami.
And a lot of them during the 1800s came back into Florida and the Carolinas too. They was moving back and forth.
Yeah, so, and some went to New York, left up and went into New York, Philly area, like, you know, Jersey, and some Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana.
They won a war with Antonio Maceo, and then when they were fighting the Spanish to stop Spanish reign, a lot of the melanated ones was fleeing into the East Coast and into Florida and coming up into the East Coast, and they got amalgamated into Black American Society, so-called Black American Society, got amalgamated in. So what happens is when you start doing the genealogy background, you start finding out, hey man, my third grandfather was Cuban, or you like what? Yeah, but don't even know it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's there. All that stuff is there. But
and now Trump just signed some shit down and say we can't. If you go to Cuba, you can't come back.
But man, listen, bro.
Listen, they don't want.
That's a whole other story. When I went, that's a whole other story.
Yeah. Now we get out of here on that. This was a good build, another class.
But I'm gonna say this is last part. It's thousands of Black people in the South, up in Connecticut, Rhode Island area.
From up there.
They did their genealogy. They got their paperwork. They know who their great grandmothers are, grandfathers are. They even know some of the white people that come in the land. That's in that line, right? They know the land that was taken from them. They know exact land and everything. Now that they're taking away the blood rolls and we can get in, you have rights to those lands that they said that you didn't have rights to the tribe. So what I'm saying is once you have rights to the tribe and you can show your paperwork and you can say, well, such and such was this. We've been denied this. It's going to get real ugly, man. And I'm going to tell you right now, our biggest
if 1979 or whenever they start removing them, you owe.
Yeah, and they were removing them before 79.
You owe back pay.
Yeah, they was removing them before 79. They was removing them in the 60s.
The 50s really started. It started in the 40s to the 50s, and the civil rights era is when it kicked off. You know, we're gonna drop Negro and get Black out of that, and they gonna finally get him identity, which is Native American. 1970s is when they start getting more strength and power, you know, doing it. But today is over as we see ICE raid. They ate shit. They didn't took out the you know, with the Trump administration, he cutting funding and all that type of shit. So a lot of them, that's why we just had the Ottawa up in Canada arguing, saying that, you know, they need money and resources.
Thank you.
This whole time, y'all ain't been able to do nothing.
But that's what I was trying to tell the brother. That's all.
Y'all been getting money from the chicks, funded by the government for all of these years, and y'all ain't did nothing with it. They know they can't do that to us. Put that type of money in our hand for that long. We're gonna have a whole infrastructure.
Remember, the issue is because of where we were situated at on the East Coast and Southwest corridor in large numbers. If you take away the blood rolls and all those tribes in those areas and allow us in, we control Tobacco Row again. We control the rice. We control
the population.
All that shit is ours back again. They're not giving that up like
and
that.
It's gonna be more of us than them.
That's what I'm saying.
Be having 800, 500 larger tribes, 12 to 2,000. Man, we coming there. It's gonna be way more of us than them.
So you're gonna start seeing funding. Remember, y'all gonna get
to compete politically.
Well, just remember this, Topcatz. Remember, I'm talking now as a big bro, right?
As Unc, yeah, that's my Unc right here.
Put your helmet on, your boxer's helmet on, because a lot of the hardcore Pan-African pro-blacks and the church and these black politicians, they about to get funded, and they gonna be swinging at y'all heavy. Anything associated with black and Africa gonna be getting high algorithms. It's gonna be getting 100,000 views when you do black Pan-African videos. Anything on this, because they just start. Because I'm gonna tell you, once this floodgate right here is open, it's gonna open up for all the other tribes, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw. It's gonna open up for everybody. So now, what they gonna do to run interference, because they in fear, they don't want to have to give up shit. Oh, they're gonna start funding everything back to Africa. Watch it. The next 2 years.
And what we see now, though, the UN 6 region just came out and say they want reparations. They don't want it to go to us, though. They feel like it should go to the African nations because it happened to the people in Africa.
Thank you. You think that's by accident? How
this dropped the next day. So this information come out in the same week.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Nah, not at all.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So people see me angry. I'm angry behind the scenes because I know who my family is. I'm just angry because a lot of our people's mind has been displaced for so many years, and they starting to wake up. But now, in us waking up, this is where the real fight come now. Because now you got to get in the courtrooms and argue your case to get your shit. Because they ain't not going to give it to you like that.
Nah, not at all. Like my auntie said on that video, if it's a mystery, they want niggas to go in there and argue with them, and they gonna sell it on auction for pennies on the dollar because y'all ain't figured it out at home, and y'all don't know y'all history. She said, so it's best for black people to know their stuff, because long as it's a mystery, they gonna leave it a mystery. They know who you are, but long as if they solve it, then they ain't got no more business. So she say, so it's best for black people to know their stuff. So best for you to know your stuff, because if you don't, they gonna take it, set it on auction, and give you pennies because y'all ain't saw that at home, and y'all don't know y'all history.
What I'm trying to find now is on my dad's side. I showed you a picture of my great grandma. The ones they come from bread. What I'm trying to find now is, I know her. I know my nana, but I don't know the picture I showed you. That was my great grandma, born in 1887. I don't know who her mother is. I'm trying to find out now. I'm digging to find out who her parents were, to find out where they actually, where they actually came from, like who they were. I didn't get that far yet on that side, but I know that they came from money, and I was told that they wasn't slaves. So now I'm interested to find out, was they born on a reservation somewhere? I didn't find it out yet though, because I got a real high percentage right in there. So in the grandparents somewhere, they was moving around on their reservation, bro. I wouldn't have it in my bloodline like that.
Right. But Florida and Cuba, it's the same shit. 90 minutes away, 90 miles away. If you're flying, you'll get there in an hour, 15 hours, 20 minutes. So if you're driving fast, so that's how close it is. Same proximity, same people. That's why niggas have problems with them Cuban boxers. We know y'all got the Philly style, the Philly shell. Y'all.
The boxers is nice. They fight like us.
In my top 5, Philly in my top 5 for boxers.
Damn right.
You got Philly, you got Jersey, you got Ohio. You got Michigan. I'm just gonna say Michigan because you got Flint and different ones. You got Clarissa, Florida. You got different ones and the best trainers.
Texas got some good fighters too.
That's what I was gonna say. That was my last one. Texas.
Yeah,
Texas. My top 5: Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Philly, and motherfucking New Jersey. Hardest niggas with them hands.
Yeah, we're gonna find out though, because I'm gonna tell you, I was looking on the thing and my family on I haven't seen anything that went back to Africa yet. And on my dad's side, I went back. Well, on my dad's father's side, it is some slave stuff over there, but I don't know if they was African or not. And then on my dad's father's side, half of them are white. Like, because my dad's father and then my great grandfather was a white man on that side. and he had land at Eastern Shore, Maryland. He left land to his sons, which was my great grandfather, my great grandfather. So I found that out. I know that, but one of them was a goddamn white man. So, Mr. Charlie.
Yeah, Mr. Charlie hanging around. Yeah, somebody was breaking on him. Granny was breaking on him. Yeah.
But they could have been Indians too down there on the plantation.
Yeah, it don't matter where he come from now. Like I got a guest coming on Monday, and he look how he look, but then he gonna take you through his genealogy and show you 3 generations ago his people looked like us. Bars. Yeah,
Man, stop taking up them white folks, man. Don't blame Mr. Charlie. Fuck them white folks. I'm still racist.
Nah, don't blame Mr. Charlie. Charlie is just the man. Look at Danielle, man. Shout out to the bottoms. She down there from where my people them from, man. Down in the bottoms. East Texas Indians, you dig? Yeah, out the bottoms, you dig? Yeah, that type of shit. Shout out to Danielle, man. East Texas Indians, man. And she fuck around with that land shit too. She just filed for her people them and they land down there. They built the reservoir on the land my people them had, and they got the water reservoir right there now.
Yeah, we gonna
shit them niggas. Oh nigga, somebody, what's up, cousin? What's up, Ken Fo?
Yeah, my birthday on the 30th this month. We supposed to be going down to Tampa and over down in Florida. See, fam, I might go live.
Get some of that history, because soon as you out there, they're gonna have a lot of that Seminole and different Indian tribe, their history out there, man. It's gonna be everywhere. You can't miss it.
Well, I know with this shit going on now, what's this going on now on Facebook, my family was on there. Everybody trying to get on a conference call. So tomorrow, like a lot of the family are gonna be talking about this situation. But this is something that's really
you gonna bring up,
yeah, because they've been some of my family members is a part of this case. They've been on this shit fighting to get this. That's why I was trying to tell the dude. I mean, I get what you're saying, but that ain't my story on my side.
Yeah, both y'all was saying the same thing. It's not my story. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saying the same thing, but just prefer it's just based off y'all story. So yeah.
And see, remember what I told you though when I first met you? My one grandma, right? I knew who she was, but my other grandma said that we was Native, but she said we was African too. She said it. She told me. She said,
"Yeah, I remember you told me that."
Yeah, so I fucked with the DNA. So I went by what Big Mama was telling me, but she never showed me nothing. So I don't know. So she said we was that. So I just rolled with both of them.
She gave you enough information to go look for it. Yeah.
So I went and looked for it.
So what you put this up right here, like you said, this should make a nigga drop a tear. You feel me? Yeah. And that's that I want for my auntie, because I'm here because my auntie sent me on a mission. So, man, I'm hoping I can get this shit together, man, so I can let her see it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel you on that 1,000%.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I just hope that our people can just figure it out, man. We can get to a place where we can smile for a change as a collective.
And be happy. Yeah.
That's all I want. I don't have all the answers to everything. I get passionate sometimes about certain things, but that's just because I want the best for our people, man. I'm tired of watching our people slaughter each other outside because we don't have like proper knowledge and stuff.
Proper leadership, right on.
Yeah. I'm tired of that shit, man. So whatever it is that's going to fix us, man, I let the Creator. It's time for the floodgates and the truth to come up. We've been punished enough, goddammit.
Nah, for real. Let them know about the urban nerds before we get out of here.
Yeah, I got hold on. Let me
let them know you ain't just no nigga on the internet talking.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I'm gonna pull it up real fast so I can show it so people can see it real fast. Real quick. My son up there while everybody sleep making rap songs and shit loud as hell. They think he a rapper and shit. Hold on, let me share the screen.
Oh, boy brought up Salt Lake City, man. I used to live in Salt Lake City.
Oh, shit.
All up and down through Salt Lake City, man.
You sure you wasn't clapping no Becky's?
Nah, I ain't going out like Madonna.
Yeah, hold on, let me share this real quick.
Yeah, they got some sisters out there too, though.
There you go. Yeah, this is my my nonprofit organization for inner city youth that we got. Yeah, we teach STEM, history, and all that, you know, all the good stuff. But we create opportunities for inner city youth that don't have it. Like we got a GP program, working on a robotics program with Western University. Every summer, except for this summer, because we didn't get the funds, I was taking the kids to the African Smithsonian Museum. We do the science the
Hey,
Smithsonian.
speak up, you kind of low. Run it back.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Hey, better.
Yeah, every year we take. Let me see if I can pull one of them up. Every year we take the kids to the African American Smithsonian Museum in Washington D.C. This was us. Hold on. This image here was us at the when was this? A couple years ago. I had some police officers with me, some military guys, because we got a groups of kids sign up for the police force. We got about 15 kids signing to the military. You know, a lot of these guys out on the corners, man, they out on the corners doing nothing and getting nothing done. We have the man-to-man program where the fathers come in with their sons and we sit down, we have conversations, we find out like what they want to do. They come in the urban nerds and we get them signed into apprenticeship programs, the military, the police department. We just try to get them in the proper career direction. So, you know, it's a bunch of stuff that you know, that we're working on. We're trying to get funding this year. We can take the kids to Texas for the world robotics tournament. We're trying to get this funding. Hold on, I'm trying to see.
And let me know. I'm gonna come out there.
Yeah, that's my part.
Let me know if I'm in this. I'm around. I'm coming.
Yeah. So this is right here is what we do. We this was during Black History Month. We was teach the kids. We set up the green screen and computers, and we was having the kids talk about Black American inventors and stuff like that. So we had the kids do the videos on the green screen and put it out, and was, you know, just teaching them the history. But now, like, you know, when you come along, we got a whole new history to teach them now, right, about who they are. But at that time I was teaching them the history that I knew, right? But we was working with the babies, man, and just trying to steer them in, you know, just trying to steer them in the right direction. I'm trying to find. Hold on. This is us with Q Butter at the school up in Brooklyn a couple years back. That's our other logo with our leather jackets that we got. But this was the kids in the school. So that's my son before he grew his dreads. But we got kids, man. I got kids in my organization whose father's been killed, mother's on drugs, all kinds of stuff. This is a video I used to have every Friday. I used to have read and study in my house with the kids on the block and around the way. I would just go and bring them into the house and we would read. I would read history to them. We would put together like Lego science stuff just to keep the kids busy when we first started the organization. So we just do work, man, just to try to let the kids know that we love them and try to get them, steer them in the right direction. This is me teaching at the African American Smithsonian Museum. That's my pea coats that we got, my pea coats that we wear when we get dressed up. So I got suits and my urban nerd suits.
I see that coat. I like that coat.
Yeah. We get clean, man. We this is every year I take about 60 to 55 kids on the bus trips and stuff like that. And you know, I'm doing my part. I'm doing what I can do. I mean, the best way I know how.
Right on.
Right, and we go into the prisons. We go into the prisons. We talk to the youth at the prisons, like, you know. So, one more. Yeah, this was us last year at the Zions Institute. Hold on. With the kids, the kids create. They build. They do the STEM. They build these things, and they do their own presentations at the science fair that we actually create. That's Q Butter's son right there, and they build all this stuff. Yeah, so we do the stuff.
When I get to Brooklyn, I'm coming to holler at them. That's gonna be next month. I got that next month.
Yeah, so let me see. So we do a lot of stuff, man, to keep the kids busy, man. Keep them off the corners, man. So I had
hold on, Uncle. We got a sister from Philly right here. They say how can she contact you?
She can go to the email. She can email me at urbannerdsfoundation@gmail.com. Urban Nerds Foundation. You see my shirt right here. I got nerds over niggas. Because the kids, a lot of the kids like to call themselves real niggas. So I made a shirt called Nerds Over Niggas. Right? They like to call themselves in Philly, they like to say bang bang anyway gang. So I made a shirt.
I got that tattooed on my hand. Bang bang.
They got bang bang anyway gang. So I made urban nerds, not urban shooters. So we use words. We use words. If we could change the way that they speak, we could change the way that they see themselves. We change the way that they see themselves, we could change their outcomes. So, and that's just the things that these are some of the things that we work on, man, in our organization. And we're working on getting if we get the funding, we're gonna create our own gaming tournament. So that's what we're doing now. I got a guy that already do it, and we're gonna get in and do it together. And we hopefully by next summer we'll have our tennis camp. We're gonna have a tennis camp in full fledged. We'll have we're working on a tennis camp and a couple other things that we're working on. Everything just come down to funding though, man.
Yeah, hey, be looking out for my sister to contact you, and I can vouch for her.
Okay.
Yeah, she one of the top researchers over here, part of the matriarch. And yeah, I wouldn't have put on the screen if I ain't vouch for her.
And that's an old video. That's from 4 years ago. I did videos where we was trying to get into the universities, the colleges, and they wouldn't let us in. And finally, Drexel University is giving us the okay to come into Drexel University and work with the kids for on the robotics. But it took us a long time to get in there, man. They would not let us in there in that university. So now we're gonna be building robots in Drexel University. So that's what we're working on now. So we got a lot of stuff. We got everything is like kind of paused this summer because once Trump got in, he cut a lot of funding.
Yeah,
he cut all the federal funding damn near. So it put a lot of things on the state. So once he cut a lot of federal funding, a lot of funding that the state had, and this is the thing though, we were doing all this stuff ourselves, right? But the economy is so messed up, people don't have money. A lot of stuff we funded ourselves. I can't even find that darn video of us when we was at the Black Wax Museum. It's all mixed up in these videos. It's hard to find.
But it's all work though. We got a sister down here say all of this work you doing, and Umar can't even get them bandos up and running out of.
Hold on. Watch this. When you mention Umar, watch this. Hold on. Watch this when you mention.
Hey,
Umar.
y'all get on that like button.
Watch this. Hold on, where you at? I'm gonna show you me and Umar dad together. We do activism, work in the street together. Umar's father is the real deal, not Umar. Umar is living off the. Hold on, watch this. I think I gotta unshare and then share again real quick. Watch this. We outside. Umar's father is the one that helped me get off the streets, man. It helped me change my life. Watch that.
No shit, damn. That's deep.
Hit that share, but I'm gonna show you.
Okay.
This is Brother Jamil right here. This is me. We outside protest in 2002 protesting the shootings. That's me right there. That's the OGs, all the former gangbangers and Black Nation of Islam killers and all that and changed their life. And that's right. This man right here is Umar Johnson's father. This is Brother Jamil. That's one of the guys who helped me change my life. And we talk all the time. Yeah, when I was going in and out of prison, all that kind of stuff, gave me the game, gave me the knowledge. But Umar is able to flourish and walk around because of his pop. His pop is well known, well respected in North Philly, in the city. Umar is nobody. He was a school boy, cornball. Yeah, I mean, he's smart, but he ain't got no economic nothing. He don't building nothing. And he don't even speak to his father. He don't even speak to us, but his father is the real actor.
Doing the work,
doing the work. So I come through the activism work through him. It was a period of time. Like I said, I was getting big money in the street. I'm out there holding up signs saying enough is enough. I was scared to death to go out there. You know what's crazy? The ironic thing about it was I wasn't scared to sell dope to my people and run wild and tear up the community. But when I changed my life and it was time to do something positive, I was a little nervous to go out there with the signs up because I was too busy worrying about people seeing me.
Now I know the feeling, man. We've been doing back to school drives, man, for like a decade now. And that shit go underside to Jay Prince for letting us use his venue, you know, to do it. And you know, my family raised up around rap a lot. So shout out to Jay Prince, shout out to Pops for giving us that. He ain't charged us nothing. We got full access. Didn't have to clean up or nothing. That nigga took care of all of that. So yeah, and that's just, you know, Christmas giveaways and shit. Nigga been doing that shit for a decade. You know, all off just us and niggas from the hood. What you got on it? What you got on it? But I've been real enough to help a lot of niggas make money and do a lot of favors and, you know, good and bad. But yeah, I can walk up to a nigga and say, hey, we need money to get the kids bikes and shit like that for the less fortunate. You know, back to school drives and shit like that.
Here go one more. Here you go. This is me having to work with them white folks, right? Now, that's my son right there. That's the district, the DA, Philadelphia's DA, Larry Krasner. That was the former police commissioner, right there. But
that's his sister?
Yeah. She's
I'm looking at her. What side of Philly she from?
Oh yeah, no, she was from fucking the West Coast, like Oklahoma. I mean, not Oklahoma, like Portland, Oregon, somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was fine as hell, but I think she was Giz. But,
yeah.
I got on my Urban Nerds, Not Urban Shooter shirt, and this was our network that we was doing, going out in the street.
That's CBS News.
Yeah, I was on the news with the for our organization and what we do, and here in the city of Philadelphia. What we did was we formed the organization at Philadelphia National Action Network, and we was doing the Hug the Block. We was going to all the dope boy corners and all the hot spots where the shootings was, and we would go out there 15 deep, and on all four corners we would put people on the corners and shut the corners down. We got shot at like 3-4 times, but we would shut the corners down. So we got recognized for that because a lot of the grassroots, we was the ones stopping the murder rate and going out and talking to the people in the streets. Those black caucus and all of them fake ass motherfuckers coming around.
Yeah, they ain't coming out there. Nigga go in their pockets.
Yeah, they not coming out there because they scared of the people. We was outside in the trenches, man, outside where everything. But I come from outside, so
you feel me? Yeah.
So it was just like, you know, how can you be really scared of your own people? Oh, hold on. This is us. This is us at a church meeting that we had. Umar was supposed to show up, but here you go. This was us at
Umar skipped the date, huh?
Yeah, he didn't show up because his pop came.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a mass shooting. Was that year? Like 13 people had got shot on Broad Street. So we had a meeting. They wanted us to come hug the block. So the organization was out there with the police captain and everything in that district. So we went out there and hugged the block for like 10 days, you know, to try to bring some of the shootings down and stuff like that. So at some point they wasn't like shooting at us no more because they knew who we was when we was coming out there. We would come out there, man, in the cold, in the hot, with chairs and just shut everything down. So yeah, that was during the time of the drill, right after COVID was over. I'm talking about when the murder rate was exploding. We was outside, bro. So that's why a lot of shit, I don't be taking this internet, a lot of people's shit serious, because if you got to show me your work, bro. Show me what you're doing. Don't talk to me. I don't want to argue and talk to you about nothing. If you say you Indian, prove it to me. You say you doing this work, show it. Other than that, man, I'm not arguing with you niggas, man. Because there's people out here that's really sacrificing and really doing real work for our people, man. That really love our people. So that's just
I think that's powerful shit. We'll end it on that, man. Give us some last word before we get out of here, huh?
Hey, man, go over there to Urban Nerds worldwide website, man. If you can donate to Urban Nerds, our foundation. You can donate right through the foundation, do PayPal, Zelle. Everything you do go right to the foundation. It don't go in my pocket. Like we got a whole board on how we move around. So you ain't giving me the money. But and everything we do, we show and prove we do. We also got photography classes. I forgot. My partner, he's a photographer. We teach the kids how to work the camera. We actually took like 6 kids out to the park last week, was showing them how to take pictures of trees and exotic birds. And you know what's funny? Kids, when you mention that to them, they don't like it. But when we took them out there, they had a
fun, like
Oh my God, man! Taking pictures of them birds and them trees and stuff, man. They didn't want to leave. They didn't want to leave. So that kind of stuff is fun, man. You know, it's fun. We just doing different stuff with the kids. But if you go to Urban Nerds Worldwide, you can donate to us there. But the sister, you type in Urban Nerds Foundation. That's the email, and you'll get me. I'll just end it there.
All right, that's it, man. Appreciate you all coming on, man. Another great bill. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
All right, thanks, bro.
For sure. Hey, let me say this, man, to y'all in the chat, fam. If I bring somebody on my platform, homie, they gonna be solid. You feel me? If I bring somebody on my platform, homie, they solid. Y'all already know that about me. You know what I'm saying? You can tell by the bullshit, and then you can tell when I bring some people on that I respect. And nigga, at the end of the day, yeah, this y'all house too, but nigga, respect my guests. I ain't talking to the homie Shrugs. I'm just talking about some of the comments that I seen in the chat. You feel me? I'm like I always say, if you can't create no opportunities for BCU, do not do anything to fuck up no opportunities around here. Find a way to help, nigga. We on the way to Miami, nigga. We need crowdfunding. Yeah, nigga, we need a pot, even if you're going or not. You know what I'm saying? You down with this BCU shit like that, nigga. Put something in the pot to make sure, nigga, we get this shit flowing. We can keep this shit going. Yeah, find a positivity in it. But what happens is a lot of niggas be out here watching other channels other than BCU. And so, yeah, a lot of that shit there is cool to do over there to tear a nigga down because ain't nobody really trying to climb up or ain't nobody really trying to do nothing. So the bullshit gonna outweigh the real shit. But, man, don't do that over here, man. Don't disrespect nobody that I got respect for and coming in respect. You know what I'm saying? This brother was a full, raised up Pan-African, everything. And she, like I say, meet a person where they at, and he came back with the information and his understanding. You know what I'm saying? And he tied to the shit. So, yeah, man, I don't want to hear nothing because I didn't say so many of you niggas gave you niggas proclamation papers and took you out slave ships, and niggas want to act like they ain't never been down the wrong path before. Don't do that, family. We better people. We BCU, bro. Niggas on the outside looking in. And we the example if niggas ain't noticed yet. So, nah, homie, if I bring somebody up here and I say they real and I respect them, then, if you ain't got nothing good to say, just don't say nothing. But, yeah, don't put me in no position like that. You feel me? Don't put me in no position like that. Well, I gotta pick and choose, because then I'm gonna have to see what all have you done for BCU. What have you done? How have you contributed by being around this shit? And if you ain't got no contributions, you damn sure don't need to be talking, because it's a lot of shit need to be done. We need help. Niggas ain't offering. We ain't gonna ask. But shit need to be done. Sometimes you ain't gotta ask. Especially when we got shit going on and ain't nobody calling or getting in touch saying how can we help. I'm not gonna be able to make it, but hey, I want to support. So don't take no opportunities away from this motherfucker if y'all ain't bringing none. That's bars. So y'all be cool, man. Enjoy the rest of the night. I'm in love with that coca. Look at her over there. Talking about getting clubbed over the head. Did you get clubbed over the head, Coca? Coca, did you get clubbed over the head last night in your dreams? You ain't get clubbed over the head. You good? Your shit all right? All right. I'm just making sure. I saw you come in and say, Top trying to get us clubbed over the head for calling his name in our sleep or some shit like that. Keep it up. I'm coming to New York next month. I'll be in the New York, the Big Apple. Any gang get on bang, man. We gone.